He was never meant to be quiet, and the war never allowed him to be. William Bull Halsey entered the Second World War as a man shaped by motion, instinct, and confrontation. He believed war was something to be seized, not managed, something to be driven forward with pressure rather than balanced delicately through caution. Where others spoke of coordination and calculation, Halsey spoke the language of action. He did not view hesitation as prudence. He viewed it as danger. From the earliest days of the Pacific War, Halsey became a symbol of defiance. After Pearl Harbor, when American power in the Pacific lay fractured and uncertain, Halsey commanded forces that struck back, not because the situation was ideal, but because morale demanded it. His carrier raids did not change the strategic balance overnight, but they changed something just as important: belief. At a moment when defeat felt close and confidence scarce, Halsey gave the war a voice that refused to accept retreat as a permanent condition. This was leadership by presence. Halsey led aggressively, often from the edge of risk. He trusted instinct, rewarded boldness, and believed momentum itself could shape outcomes. His crews knew what he expected: press the attack, exploit opportunity, and never allow the enemy the comfort of initiative. That mindset carried American naval forces through the darkest stretch of the war, when victory was still theoretical and survival was not guaranteed. But aggression carries weight. As the war expanded, Halsey's responsibilities grew alongside the scale of American power. Fleets became larger, operations more complex, and consequences more severe. The Pacific was no longer a series of raids. It was a sustained campaign across thousands of miles of ocean, requiring coordination between carriers, battleships, submarines, and land-based forces operating simultaneously. In this environment, Halsey's strengths and weaknesses sharpened together. His drive energized commanders and crews. His confidence inspired action. Yet his impatience with restraint and suspicion of caution sometimes pushed operations to their limits. Decisions made at speed now carried consequences measured not in ships alone, but in strategic opportunity lost or gained. Nowhere was this tension clearer than in the later battles of the war. At Leyte Gulf, Halsey commanded overwhelming power and faced one of the most complex naval situations ever encountered. His choices reflected the same instinct that had driven him from the beginning: destroy the enemy's striking force decisively. But war at that scale punished singular focus. What had once been a virtue became vulnerability, and decisions made in pursuit of annihilation nearly opened the door to disaster elsewhere. The outcome was victory, but not without controversy. Halsey's career became defined not by simple success or failure, but by contradiction. He was indispensable when momentum was needed and dangerous when balance was required. He embodied the transition of the U.S. Navy itself, from desperate improvisation to overwhelming dominance, from instinctive reaction to systematized power. He was not a technician, he was not a planner, he was a force, and like many forces in war, he was both essential and imperfect. Thus, the complete history of Admiral William Halsey is not the story of a flawless commander. It is the story of leadership under acceleration, of a man whose instincts were forged for crisis and tested in complexity. It reveals how wars are not won by a single temperament, but by the uneasy coexistence of many, each rising when the moment demands them most. Halsey mattered because he moved the war when it needed movement, and he reminds us that victory is often built not by calm alone, but by pressure applied when doubt threatens to take over. This is the complete history of Admiral William Halsey, a commander who carried the Pacific War forward on momentum, conviction, and the refusal to wait for certainty. Before continuing, pause for just a moment and notice where you are right now. What kind of space are you in? Steady and familiar, or temporary and in motion? And what time has found you here, listening to a war fought across oceans and decades ago? Halsey never believed in standing still. Understanding him works best when you let the moment slow instead. Norfolk Naval Base, Virginia, April 7th, 1898. A 15-year-old boy stands on the weathered wooden planks of the pier, salt spray stinging his face, watching his father's ship disappear into the Atlantic fog. Young William Frederick Halsey, Jr. doesn't cry. He doesn't wave frantically like the other children clustered around their weeping mothers. He simply stands at attention, the way his father taught him, watching the USS New York's gray hull fade into nothing. Fleet Admiral William F. Halsey Sr. is sailing toward the Spanish-American War, and his son has just made a decision that will echo across half a century. The boy's fists clench at his sides. His jaw sets in a way that will become famous to millions of sailors decades later. In this moment, watching smoke trail across the horizon, William Jr. commits his entire future to the United States Navy. The Halsey family lived and breathed naval tradition like other families breathed air. William's grandfather had served in the Merchant Marine. His father had climbed from midshipman to flag officer through decades of peacetime tedium and brief moments of action. The Halsey household in Elizabeth, New Jersey, was decorated with naval charts, ship models, and portraits of famous admirals. Dinner conversation revolved around fleet tactics, ship design, and the careers of officers William Sr. served alongside. Young William grew up understanding that the Navy wasn't just a career, it was an identity, a calling, almost a religion. His mother, Anne Masters Brewster Halsey, came from a distinguished New England family and instilled in him the importance of honor, duty, and reputation. The combination created a young man who saw the world through a distinctly naval lens, where every challenge was a battle to be won, every setback a temporary defeat requiring aggressive counterattack. United States Naval Academy, Annapolis, Maryland, June 5, 1900. William Frederick Halsey. Jr. walks through the iron gates as a plebe, one of 62 young men in the class of 1904. The Academy is a crucible designed to transform privileged young men into naval officers through relentless discipline, academic rigor, and physical testing. Halsey immediately distinguishes himself, but not in the ways the Academy traditionally values. His academic performance hovers in the middle of his class. Mathematics frustrates him. Navigation theory bores him. Engineering calculations feel like torture. He will graduate ranked 43rd out of 62, a thoroughly mediocre showing that should have consigned him to obscurity in a Navy that worships academic excellence. But something else is happening during these 4 years, something the grade sheets can't capture. On the football field, Halsey plays fullback with reckless abandon, throwing himself into collisions that leave him bruised and grinning. In boxing matches, he develops a reputation for never backing down, absorbing punishment to land his own blows. During sailing drills, he takes risks other midshipmen avoid, pushing vessels to their limits, learning through near disaster what ships can actually do versus what cautious instructors claim they can do. The Naval Academy of 1900 through 1904 taught a very specific vision of naval warfare, one that would shape Halsey's thinking for decades before he would be forced to unlearn it. The curriculum was dominated by the teachings of Captain Alfred Thayer Mahan, whose 1890 book, The Influence of Sea Power Upon History, had become gospel for naval officers worldwide. Mahan's thesis was simple and seductive: control the seas through concentrated battleship fleets, seek decisive engagements, destroy the enemy's battle line. Everything else, commerce raiding, coastal defense, submarine warfare, was secondary or even cowardly. The Academy drilled this doctrine into every midshipman through endless lectures, tactical simulations, and historical case studies. 40% of the curriculum focused on gunnery, the art of placing massive shells on target from miles away. Halsey and his classmates studied the Battle of Tsushima, where the Japanese Navy annihilated the Russian fleet through superior gunnery and concentration of force. They learned that the battleship was the ultimate expression of naval power, an armored fortress mounting the heaviest guns, capable of ruling entire oceans. Young Halsey absorbed these lessons completely, never imagining that within 40 years the battleship would be nearly obsolete and he would command a fleet built around an entirely different weapon. USS Gridley, Philippine Islands, August 19, 1903. Ensign Halsey reports to his first ship, a 420-ton destroyer designed for speed and close-range torpedo attacks. The Gridley is tiny compared to the battleships Halsey studied at Annapolis, a steel Greyhound designed to dart in, strike, and escape. She makes 20 knots at maximum speed, her hull vibrating with the strain, coal smoke pouring from her single stack. Halsey is assigned to the engineering department, which means long hours in the suffocating heat of the boiler room, supervising coal trimmers and learning how machines fail under stress. The Philippines are still smoking from the Spanish-American War and the brutal subsequent campaign to suppress Philippine independence fighters. American naval forces patrol constantly, showing the flag, conducting shore bombardments, evacuating garrisons under attack. Halsey witnesses combat for the first time during a shore raid, watching Marines storm a coastal village while the Gridley provides covering fire. The experience is brief, chaotic, and intoxicating. He realizes that all his academy training, all those theoretical gunnery problems and tactical diagrams, compress into seconds of violence and confusion. He loves it. Over the next 7 years, from 1903 to 1910, Halsey serves on a succession of destroyers and cruisers, slowly climbing the enlisted ranks while the Navy itself transforms around him. The Great White Fleet circumnavigates the globe from 1907 to 1909, a massive display of American naval power featuring 16 battleships painted gleaming white. President Theodore Roosevelt's message is clear. America is now a global naval power, capable of projecting force anywhere on Earth. Halsey watches this spectacle from the deck of a destroyer, understanding that he's part of something larger than himself, a maritime empire spanning 2 oceans. His fitness reports consistently note his aggressive temperament, his willingness to take initiative, and his exceptional ship-handling skills. He's also developing a reputation for something else entirely. At port calls from San Francisco to Charleston, Ensign then Lieutenant Halsey becomes known for his ability to drink prodigious amounts, charm anyone from admirals to dock workers, and still report for duty the next morning perfectly composed. This social magnetism will serve him as well as any tactical skill in the decades ahead. Charleston, South Carolina, April 21st, 1909. Naval Lieutenant William Halsey meets Francis Cook Grandy at a formal Navy reception, one of those carefully orchestrated social events designed to introduce young officers to the daughters of prominent families. Francis is elegant, intelligent, and utterly unimpressed by naval swagger. She comes from an old Virginia family, her father a wealthy merchant, her upbringing emphasizing grace, propriety, and social responsibility. Halsey is immediately smitten, for perhaps the first time in his life. His charm offensive meets sustained resistance. Frances doesn't swoon at tales of sea adventures. She doesn't giggle at his jokes. She treats him with polite skepticism, as if evaluating whether this confident young officer is genuinely substantial or merely performing. Their courtship lasts 18 months, conducted through formal visits, chaperoned outings, and letters when Halsey is at sea. Frances slowly comes to recognize something in William that others miss beneath the bravado. He is deeply loyal, he is genuinely fearless, and he possesses an earnestness about duty and honor that transcends mere careerism. They marry on December 1st, 1909. The union will last 50 years, through wars, separations, and the incredible stress of fame. Frances will become his anchor, the one person who can tell him truth when everyone else offers only flattery or fear. USS Missouri, Pacific Ocean. March 14th, 1910. Lieutenant Halsey takes the con during fleet maneuvers, commanding the battleship during tactical exercises designed to simulate engagement with enemy forces. The Missouri is 33,000 tons of steel, bristling with 12-inch guns. It's capable of smashing any ship afloat. Halsey is one of several junior officers rotating through command positions under the watchful eyes of senior captains. The exercise requires the Missouri to close rapidly with enemy destroyers, simulated by American ships playing the opposition role. Standard doctrine calls for measured, cautious advance, maintaining formation, preparing for long-range gunnery. Halsey ignores it. He orders flank speed, pushing the massive battleship forward at 17 knots, rapidly closing the distance. Other officers in the Combat Information Center exchange nervous glances. This isn't how battleships operate. This is destroyer thinking, aggressive and reckless. The Missouri barrels forward, and Halsey's timing proves perfect. The simulation rules award him 3 confirmed kills before the enemy can launch torpedoes. After the exercise, the Missouri's captain calls Halsey to his cabin. The young lieutenant expects reprimand. Instead, the captain smiles. "That was either brilliant or insane, Mr. Halsey. Possibly both. Don't change." The decade from 1900 to 1910 established every element of William Halsey's character that would matter in war. His family legacy gave him unshakable confidence in his place within the Navy. His mediocre academic record freed him from the cautious perfectionism that paralyzes many high achievers. His physical courage, demonstrated on football fields and in boxing rings, translated directly to comfort with tactical risk. His experience aboard small, yet fast ships taught him that aggressive maneuver could overcome defensive firepower. His marriage to Frances gave him emotional stability and perspective beyond the uniform. Most importantly, these formative years occurred during peacetime, which meant Halsey spent a decade learning his craft without the pressure of actual combat. He could experiment, fail, learn, and develop his instincts in an environment that rewarded competence without punishing creative aggression. When war finally came, 3 decades later, Halsey would not be learning his profession under fire. He would be executing a philosophy developed over 40 years of peacetime preparation. The boy who watched his father sail toward war in 1898 had become a man. Lieutenant William Frederick Halsey, Jr. was 30 years old in 1910, all a mid-ranking officer with a decent record, a good wife, and no particular reason to expect historical significance. The Navy had hundreds of officers exactly like him, competent destroyer and cruiser commanders who would serve honorably for 30 years before retiring to teach at the Naval Academy or write memoirs nobody read. Nothing in Halsey's record suggested he would become one of America's most celebrated admirals. Nothing indicated he would command fleets numbering hundreds of ships and hundreds of thousands of men. Nothing hinted that his decisions would help determine the outcome of history's largest naval war. But the foundation was built. The aggressive instincts were established, the personal courage was proven, and the Navy was about to enter 3 decades of transformation that would test whether officers trained in the old ways could master entirely new forms of warfare. The boy from New Jersey was ready, even if he didn't know it yet, even if nobody else did either. United States Naval Academy, Annapolis, Maryland, September 15th, 1902. Midshipman, 3rd class. William Halsey sits in a cramped classroom, afternoon sun streaming through tall windows, listening to Commander Robert Evans deliver yet another lecture on Captain Alfred Thayer Mahan's theories of naval supremacy. The textbook is open to Chapter 7 of The Influence of Sea Power Upon History, published 12 years earlier in 1890. Every midshipman has this book memorized. They recite Mahan's principles like scripture. Command of the sea is achieved through concentrated battleship fleets. Decisive fleet engagements determine naval supremacy. Commerce raiding and coastal defense are secondary considerations, distractions from the real work of crushing enemy battle lines. Commander Evans speaks with the fervor of a true believer, his voice rising as he describes how concentrated firepower from multiple battleships can obliterate enemy formations. Halsey takes notes dutifully, but his attention keeps drifting to the harbor, visible through the window, where the training ship USS Chesapeake rocks gently at anchor. Something about the lecture feels incomplete, though he can't articulate what troubles him. The doctrine is elegant, the historical examples are compelling, yet something nags at him. That's a vague sense that warfare might not respect theories as much as theorists believe. The Naval Academy curriculum of 1900 through 1904 represented the absolute apex of battleship-centric thinking. 60% of all instructional time focused on gunnery, the science and art of placing heavy shells on distant targets. Midshipmen spent countless hours calculating firing solutions, accounting for range, wind, ship motion, target motion, and the ballistic properties of different shell types. They studied the revolutionary HMS Dreadnought, launched by the British Royal Navy in 1906, a battleship so advanced it rendered every previous warship obsolete. The Dreadnought mounted 10 12-inch guns, all firing the same caliber shell, allowing simplified fire control and devastating broadsides. And every naval power immediately began designing their own dreadnoughts, triggering a global arms race. The United States Navy allocated 60% of its budget to battleship construction between 1900 and 1920. Battleships were expensive, complex, and prestigious. They were the ultimate expression of national power, floating fortresses that could project force thousands of miles from home ports. The Academy taught midshipmen that commanding a battleship was the pinnacle of naval achievement, the goal every officer should strive for. Everything else, destroyers, cruisers, submarines, was merely supporting these titans. Newport, Rhode Island. August 7th, 1908. Lieutenant Junior Grade Halsey stands on the fire control platform of USS Missouri during the annual fleet gunnery competition. In the Navy's most prestigious marksmanship contest, the Missouri is steaming at 14 knots, rolling gently in moderate seas, closing on target sleds towed 5 miles away. Halsey is part of the fire control team, responsible for calculating firing solutions and relaying corrections to the gun crews below. The 12-inch guns crash with earthquake force, each shot producing a blast wave that slams across the deck. Halsey watches through binoculars as shells raise enormous waterspouts near the targets. His team is fast, accurate, and aggressive. They fire slightly faster than regulation allows, pushing the reload cycle, accepting minor accuracy degradation for volume of fire. When the competition scores are tallied, the Missouri ranks third in the fleet. Halsey's fire control team is specifically commended. It's a small victory, but it establishes something important. Halsey is not just aggressive in theory or in personality. He can translate that aggression into measurable tactical results. The Navy notices. Yet even as Halsey and his generation perfected battleship warfare, the technological foundation of their doctrine was crumbling. Submarines had been experimental curiosities during Halsey's academy years, dismissed by most senior officers as cowardly weapons, suitable only for weak navies that couldn't build proper battleships. The first American submarine, USS Holland, was commissioned in 1900, displacing just 64 tons, armed with a single torpedo tube, capable of staying submerged for a few hours at most. By 1912, submarines were becoming genuinely dangerous. They could approach unseen, strike with torpedoes, and escape underwater. German U-boats would soon demonstrate their devastating effectiveness against British commerce, but the Naval Academy curriculum allocated 0 instructional hours to submarine warfare tactics. Similarly, aviation was transforming from fantasy to reality during Halsey's early career. The Wright brothers achieved powered flight in 1903. By 1911, Eugene Ely successfully landed an aircraft on a specially built platform aboard USS Pennsylvania, demonstrating that ships and aircraft could work together. But the Academy treated aviation as a curiosity, perhaps useful for reconnaissance, but irrelevant to real naval combat. After all, how could a fragile canvas and wood aircraft possibly threaten an armored battleship? The doctrine was set. The doctrine was clear. The doctrine was wrong. Annapolis Lecture Hall, Naval Academy. April 22, 1914. Lieutenant Halsey, now an instructor at the Academy, sits in the audience during a guest lecture by a junior officer recently returned from observing British naval aviation experiments. The officer describes aircraft dropping small bombs on target ships, conducting reconnaissance flights over fleet formations, and discussing theoretical attacks against battleships. The assembled senior officers react with barely concealed amusement. One captain stands to ask how a few hundred pounds of explosives dropped from an inaccurate aircraft could possibly damage thousands of tons of armored steel. The young aviator has no good answer. The mathematics seem to support the skeptics. A battleship's armor belt is 14 inches of hardened steel. Aircraft bombs of 1914 weigh perhaps 200 pounds and contain perhaps 50 pounds of actual explosives. Simple physics suggests such weapons are irrelevant to naval warfare. Halsey watches this exchange with interest. He shares the skepticism, but something about the dismissive laughter bothers him. The Navy has been wrong before. Naval doctrine once dismissed ironclad warships as impossible, then as impractical, then as experimental, before they became universal. Perhaps aviation deserves more curiosity and less ridicule. Hampton Roads, Virginia, May 9, 1918. Commander Halsey takes independent command of USS Shaw, a 1,418-ton Caldwell-class destroyer, during convoy escort operations in the final months of the First World War. The Shaw is fast, lightly armed, designed for escort duty and anti-submarine patrol. German U-boats have devastated Allied merchant shipping, sinking millions of tons of cargo through surprise torpedo attacks. The battleship fleet, that magnificent concentration of firepower and prestige, has been largely irrelevant to the actual war at sea. The critical battle is being fought by destroyers, corvettes, and patrol aircraft, protecting merchant convoys and hunting submarines. Halsey commands the Shaw with aggressive energy, conducting repeated depth charge attacks against suspected submarine contacts, pushing his crew hard, accepting zero tolerance for mechanical failure or sloppy performance. Under his command, the Shaw achieves 99.2% operational readiness, far above the fleet average of 87%. More importantly, Halsey is learning a lesson that contradicts his academy training. Real naval warfare isn't about decisive fleet engagements between battleship lines. It's about logistics, persistence, and the unglamorous work of protecting supply lines. The Shaw never fires its guns at an enemy surface ship. It never participates in the climactic battle Mahan's theories promised. Yet, Halsey's convoy protection work contributes more to Allied victory than dozens of battleships sitting in harbor, too valuable to risk in actual combat. The contradiction at the heart of Halsey's generation was becoming impossible to ignore by 1918. They had been trained for one kind of war, a war of battleship duels and decisive surface engagements, but they were fighting an entirely different war, a war of submarines, aircraft, and convoy protection. The Battle of Jutland in 1916, the only major battleship engagement of the war, proved tactically inconclusive, despite involving 250 ships. The German High Seas Fleet withdrew to harbor afterward and never seriously challenged British naval supremacy again. Meanwhile, German submarines nearly starved Britain into submission by sinking merchant ships carrying food and supplies. The weapon dismissed as cowardly almost won the war. Aviation, similarly dismissed, was proving essential for reconnaissance, anti-submarine patrol, and even direct combat. The HMS Furious, a converted battlecruiser, began launching aircraft from a flight deck in 1917. The technologies existed, the tactics were developing, but the doctrine hadn't changed. The Naval Academy continued teaching Mahan. Budget committees continued funding battleships. Senior officers continued dismissing submarines and aircraft as secondary weapons. Halsey, now a mid-ranking commander with combat experience, was watching this contradiction unfold in real time. The years from 1900 to 1918 established a dangerous pattern in American naval thinking. The institution became invested in a doctrine, battleship supremacy, at precisely the moment that doctrine was becoming obsolete. Every incentive structure reinforced the old thinking. Battleship command was the path to flag rank. Battleship officers received the best assignments and fastest promotions. The Navy's budget, its shipbuilding programs, its tactical training, everything oriented around maintaining and expanding the battleship fleet. The officers who questioned this orthodoxy were politely sidelined. Aviators were seen as reckless enthusiasts. Submariners were considered technical specialists, not real naval officers. The institutional momentum was overwhelming. When the First World War ended in November 1918, the Navy began planning its post-war fleet around even larger, more powerful battleships. The USS West Virginia, commissioned in 1923, displaced 33,000 tons and mounted 8 16-inch guns. It was a magnificent weapon for fighting a war that would never happen, while the Navy remained underprepared for the war that actually came. Halsey emerged from this period shaped by contradiction. His training told him battleships were supreme. His experience showed him destroyers won wars. His academy doctrine emphasized decisive engagements. His convoy duty taught him persistence, and logistics mattered more than single battles. Most officers resolved this contradiction by choosing one path and dismissing the other. They became either battleship traditionalists or advocates for new technologies. Halsey did something different and rare. He held the contradiction in his mind without resolving it. He remained skeptical of both aviation enthusiasts and battleship zealots. He respected the destructive power of battleships, while recognizing their growing vulnerability. He dismissed nothing, assumed nothing, and waited to see what actual warfare would teach. This intellectual flexibility, This willingness to question doctrine without abandoning discipline would prove essential when war finally came. The academy taught Halsey how to fight the last war. Experience taught him the next war would be different. The contradiction between those two lessons created the commander America would need in 1941. The boy who entered Annapolis in 1900 had been transformed into a 36-year-old commander by 1918. He had served aboard a dozen ships. He had commanded men in combat. He had watched grand strategies collide with reality and shatter. Most importantly, he had learned that certainty is the enemy of adaptation. The Naval Academy had promised him certainty, elegant theories of naval supremacy, clear doctrines for achieving victory. Reality had delivered chaos, contradiction, and the humbling lesson that warfare respects neither theory nor tradition. Halsey would spend the next 2 decades processing these lessons, gradually building a philosophy of naval command that would synthesize the best of old doctrine with the necessity of new technologies. He didn't know it yet, but the contradiction that troubled him in that Annapolis classroom in 1902 would become his greatest strength. While other officers clung to comfortable certainties, Halsey learned to navigate ambiguity. The Navy would need that skill desperately in the years ahead. USS Osborne, San Diego, California, February 3, 1920. Commander William Halsey climbs aboard his new command, a destroyer barely 5 years old, already showing signs of hard use and deferred maintenance. The Osborne displaces 1,100 tons, makes 35 knots at flank speed, and represents everything the Navy considers secondary to battleship operations. The war is over. The victory parades are finished. Now comes the grinding reality of peacetime service in a Navy that's shrinking rapidly as Congress slashes military budgets. The Osborne's crew is understrength, operating at 70% manning. Spare parts are scarce. Training budgets have been cut to nothing. Halsey walks the length of his ship, noting rust, worn paint, equipment that needs replacing. He calls his officers together in the cramped wardroom that evening and delivers a simple message. This ship will be the cleanest, best-maintained destroyer in the Pacific Fleet. Or they'll scrub decks until their hands bleed. It's not inspirational. It's not particularly eloquent. But it's pure Halsey. Establishing standards through force of personality and refusal to accept mediocrity. Within 6 months, the Osborne has a reputation. 99.2% operational readiness. Zero tolerance for sloppiness. And a captain who inspects every space personally, who notices when a valve packing is worn, when paint is covering rust instead of preventing it. The 1920s were cruel to the United States Navy. The Washington Naval Treaty of 1922 limited battleship construction, establishing ratios between America, Britain, Japan, France, and Italy. The goal was preventing another naval arms race, but the effect was freezing American naval development at precisely the moment when technology demanded experimentation and growth. Congress cut Navy budgets by 40% from their wartime peak. Dozens of ships were decommissioned and scrapped. Officer promotions slowed to glacial pace. Young commanders like Halsey spent years in the same rank, watching their careers stagnate, wondering if they'd ever see flag rank. The fleet conducted minimal training exercises. Ships stayed in port to save fuel costs. The aggressive dynamic Navy Halsey had joined in 1900 became a caretaker force, maintaining equipment and doctrine while waiting for wars that might never come. Morale collapsed. Talented officers resigned for civilian careers. Those who remained developed a garrison mentality, focused on routine, procedure, and avoiding mistakes rather than achieving excellence. The Navy was rotting from within, losing its edge, its confidence, its sense of purpose. Naval War College, Newport, Rhode Island. September 21st, 1933. Captain Halsey, now 51 years old, enters the senior course, an intensive program designed to prepare select officers for high command. The War College is intellectually prestigious, politically connected, and fundamentally conservative. Students study classic campaigns, Trafalgar and Tsushima and Jutland, searching for timeless principles of naval warfare. But something new is happening here, something that cuts against 2 decades of stagnation. A handful of instructors are questioning Mahon's doctrine. They're examining how submarines and aircraft might fundamentally alter naval combat. Halsey encounters these debates with interest and skepticism. He's spent 33 years in a Navy that worships battleships, and he's seen nothing yet to definitively prove that worship misplaced. But he's also intellectually honest enough to recognize that his own experience, commanding destroyers and cruisers in peripheral operations, suggests the battleship's dominance might be exaggerated. He meets officers who will shape his future. Richmond Kelly Turner, brilliant and abrasive, who will command amphibious operations. Raymond Spruance, quiet and methodical, who will replace Halsey at the most critical moment of the war. These men are not friends exactly. Naval officers compete too fiercely for true friendship, but they're peers, evaluating each other, forming judgments that will matter when lives depend on competence. Shanghai, China, March 14, 1936. Captain Halsey stands on the deck of USS Augusta, flagship of the Asiatic Fleet, watching Japanese naval forces conduct exercises in the Yangtze River. The Japanese are not subtle about their intentions. They've occupied Manchuria since 1931. They're expanding throughout China. Their navy is modern, aggressive, and dangerously competent. Halsey watches through binoculars as Japanese destroyers execute high-speed maneuvers, their seamanship impressive, their equipment clearly superior to much of what the American Navy operates. He's seeing the future, though he doesn't fully realize it yet. Japan is preparing for war with an intensity and focus that makes American peacetime complacency look pathetic. The Japanese Navy trains constantly. Their pilots fly hundreds of hours annually. Their ships conduct realistic exercises that push equipment and crews to failure points. Most troubling, they're innovating. Its Japanese torpedo bombers are practicing coordinated attacks against battleship targets. Their carrier operations are sophisticated, aggressive, clearly designed for offensive warfare rather than defensive fleet protection. Halsey returns to his cabin that evening and writes a long letter to Francis. We're watching a nation prepare for war while we pretend peace is permanent. If we fight these people, it will be harder than anyone in Washington imagines. The 1930s brought increasing tension and limited American response. Japan invaded China in 1937, launching full-scale warfare that killed millions. Germany rearmed in violation of Versailles Treaty restrictions, rebuilt its military, and began aggressive expansion. Italy invaded Ethiopia. Spain descended into civil war that became a proxy conflict between fascist and communist powers. The world was clearly sliding toward another global war, but America remained determinedly isolationist. The Navy received modest budget increases starting in 1934, enough to begin modernization, but nowhere near enough to match Japanese or German military expansion. Halsey and his generation watched these developments with growing alarm. They'd fought in the last war. They understood how quickly peace could collapse into chaos. But they were professional officers in a democracy, which meant they had no voice in political decisions. They could only prepare as best they could with the resources provided, and hope that if war came, it wouldn't arrive before America was ready. San Francisco Officers Club, California. Nights February 9th, 1936. Captain Halsey attends a formal reception, one of those mandatory social events where officers network, gossip, and drink too much while pretending to discuss professional matters. Halsey has developed a legendary reputation at these gatherings. He can drink any man under the table while remaining articulate, charming, and perfectly capable of duty the next morning. Tonight he's in rare form, holding court with junior officers and civilians, telling stories from his destroyer commands, laughing at his own jokes, occasionally making observations about Japanese expansion that are far more perceptive than anyone expects from a man 4 drinks deep. This is the other Halsey, the social animal who can work a room like a politician, who remembers names and faces, who makes everyone feel like the most important person in the conversation. It's a valuable skill, perhaps as valuable as any tactical ability. Senior officers notice this Halsey and file it away. He's not just competent, he's charismatic. He can inspire. He can lead not just through orders, but through personality. That matters more than many officers realize. Wars are fought by human beings who need reasons to endure terror and deprivation. Charisma provides those reasons when logic fails. Brooklyn Navy Yard, New York, June 6, 1937. Captain Halsey assumes command of USS New York, his first battleship command at age 55. The New York is an older ship, commissioned in 1914, displacing 27,000 tons, mounting 10 14-inch guns in 5 twin turrets. She's been modernized repeatedly, but remains fundamentally a First World War design. Halsey spends his first week aboard, conducting exhaustive inspections, meeting every department head, reviewing every operational procedure. He's applying the same standards he demanded on destroyers, but a battleship is an entirely different beast. 1,140 men crew the New York. The engineering spaces are labyrinths of boilers, turbines, generators, pumps. The magazines hold hundreds of tons of explosive shells and powder charges. The fire control systems are mechanical marvels of gears and calculators. Halsey studies every system obsessively, determined to understand his ship completely. He discovers something important during these weeks. He likes destroyers better. They're faster, more maneuverable, more exciting to command. Battleships are powerful but ponderous, capable of tremendous destruction but vulnerable to weapons they can't see or fight. He doesn't voice these thoughts to anyone. Commanding a battleship is a career milestone, proof of success, a stepping stone to flag rank. But privately, Halsey is beginning to understand that the ship he commands might represent the past rather than the future. The late 1930s represented a subtle but significant shift in Halsey's thinking. He'd spent 37 years absorbing battleship doctrine, believing in concentrated firepower and decisive surface engagements. But his experiences, Shanghai, and his growing understanding of aircraft and submarine capabilities were creating doubt. The doubt wasn't philosophical or theoretical. It was practical. Could battleships actually survive against modern air attack? Could they close to gun range before enemy aircraft destroyed them? Could they defend against submarine ambush? These questions had no clear answers because the Navy hadn't fought a modern war yet. Maneuvers and exercises suggested vulnerabilities, but institutional pride dismissed those warnings. Halsey was caught between his training, which told him battleships were supreme, and his instincts, which whispered that the world had changed. He resolved this tension characteristically. He mastered battleship command while simultaneously staying curious about alternatives. He became an expert in the old way while remaining open to the new. This intellectual flexibility would prove essential when the New York and every battleship like her became obsolete overnight. The 2 decades from 1920 to 1939 were William Halsey's invisible years. He commanded ships competently, but not spectacularly. He advanced through ranks at average pace. He attended the right schools, received the right assignments, earned solid fitness reports. Nothing distinguished him from dozens of other successful officers. If war hadn't come, Halsey would have retired as a rear admiral, taught at the Naval Academy, written forgettable memoirs, and died unknown to history. But these invisible years were anything but wasted. Halsey was absorbing lessons about ship maintenance, crew morale, resource management, and the gap between doctrine and reality. He was learning that excellence in peacetime, maintaining high readiness when nobody cares, builds habits that survive with wartime stress. He was developing the personal confidence to trust his instincts when they contradicted official guidance. Most importantly, he was building a reputation among his peers as a competent, aggressive, charismatic officer who got results. When war finally came and the Navy desperately needed combat commanders, Halsey's name would be on a very short list. Not because he was the most brilliant strategist or the most decorated officer, but because everyone who'd served with him knew he wouldn't hesitate, wouldn't overthink, wouldn't let institutional caution paralyze aggressive action. USS New York, Caribbean Sea, January 9th, 1939. Captain Halsey stands on his flagship's bridge during fleet exercises, watching destroyers conduct high-speed torpedo runs against his battleship formation. The exercise is theoretical, limited by peacetime safety rules, but the implications are clear. Fast-moving destroyers can close rapidly, launch torpedoes, and escape before battleship guns can engage. Aircraft could do the same thing from even greater range. Halsey watches the exercise play out and reaches a conclusion that he'll keep private for now. The battleship era is ending. It might take years, might take a war to prove it definitively, but the mathematical reality is becoming undeniable. Battleships can't defend themselves against weapons they can't reach. Their armor is useless against aircraft bombs and torpedoes that strike from above or below. Their guns are magnificent but irrelevant if they never get close enough to engage. Halsey doesn't share these thoughts with his officers or his superiors. Nah, he's too close to flag rank to risk being labeled a maverick or a crank. But the seed is planted. When opportunity comes to learn about the weapons that will replace battleships, Halsey will take it. The boy from New Jersey has become a man capable of recognizing when everything he was taught is wrong. That recognition will save his career and possibly help save his country. The quiet decades weren't quiet at all beneath the surface. They were years of grinding persistence, watching the world change while the Navy pretended stability was permanent. Halsey emerged from this period as a senior captain, highly regarded but not yet distinguished, competent but not yet legendary. He was 57 years old in 1939, approaching the end of a successful but unremarkable career. Then history accelerated. As Germany invaded Poland in September, the Second World War began in Europe while America remained officially neutral. The Navy began emergency expansion, building ships, training pilots, preparing for a war that seemed increasingly inevitable. Halsey's career, which had plateaued in comfortable obscurity, suddenly had new possibilities. The Navy would need combat commanders. It would need officers who could adapt quickly, take risks, inspire men under pressure. Halsey had spent 2 decades preparing for exactly this moment, even if he hadn't realized it. The quiet decades were over, the storm was coming, and William Frederick Halsey Jr. was finally ready to show what he'd been building toward all along. Pensacola Naval Air Station, Florida, May 7, 1935. Rear Admiral William Halsey, age 53. He climbs into the rear cockpit of a training biplane for his first instructional flight. This is absurd on multiple levels. He's too old for flight training. He's too senior for this kind of course. He has no background in aviation whatsoever. His entire career has been surface ships, destroyers, and cruisers, and that brief battleship command. Yet here he is, strapping on a leather helmet and goggles, preparing to leave the element he's understood for 35 years. The pilot, a young lieutenant barely half Halsey's age, glances back with barely concealed amusement. Everyone at Pensacola knows about the admiral who's decided to become an aviation observer. It's the talk of the base, this eccentric decision by a flag officer who could easily coast to retirement commanding battleships. Halsey sees the lieutenant's expression and grins. "Though if you crash us, son, it'll make a hell of a story for your grandchildren." The engine roars, the biplane bumps down the runway, and suddenly they're airborne, the ground falling away, the Gulf of Mexico spreading blue and endless below. Halsey feels his stomach drop. His hands grip the cockpit rim. Then something else happens. He starts laughing. Pure, exhilarated, slightly insane laughter. This is incredible. The decision to pursue aviation training in 1935 was the single most important professional choice of Halsey's career. It made absolutely no sense according to conventional naval wisdom. Aviation was for young officers, men in their 20s and 30s, who could handle the physical demands of flight training and the career commitment of becoming a naval aviator. Halsey was 53, approaching the age when most admirals start thinking about retirement, not learning entirely new specialties. Moreover, he was applying for the Aviation Observer program, not full pilot training. He would never be qualified to pilot aircraft himself. He would simply learn enough about aviation to understand what his pilots were doing and make informed tactical decisions. It was a curious middle ground, neither fully committed to the new technology nor dismissing it entirely. But that's exactly why the decision was brilliant. Halsey understood that the Navy was transforming, that aviation was becoming central to naval operations, and that senior commanders who couldn't speak the language of air power would be sidelined as combat approached. He also understood something subtler. By volunteering for aviation training, he would gain credibility with the emerging generation of carrier pilots and air group commanders. They would know he'd taken the time to understand their world, to respect their expertise, to see naval warfare from their perspective. Pensacola Naval Air Station, Florida. October 17th, 1935. Admiral Halsey experiences his moment of aviation conversion during an observation flight over carrier exercises off the California coast. He's riding in the rear seat of a scout bomber, watching USS Lexington conduct flight operations from 3,000 feet. The carrier below looks like a toy, a rectangular gray shape trailing white wake across blue ocean. Around him, aircraft are maneuvering in three-dimensional space, diving, climbing, coordinating attacks that would have been impossible 5 years earlier. The pilot points out a simulated battleship target 10 miles away, well beyond visual range from sea level. Then he demonstrates what carrier aviation can do. He pushes the nose down, the dive bomber accelerating toward terminal velocity, the target growing in the windscreen. At 2,000 feet, he releases a practice bomb and pulls out of the dive, G-forces crushing Halsey into his seat. The bomb strikes within 50 feet of the target ship. The pilot grins back at Halsey through the intercom. "We do that with a 2,000-pound bomb, Admiral, and that battleship is going to have a very bad day." Halsey says nothing. He's doing calculations in his head, terrible calculations. Battleship main gun range is 15 nautical miles maximum. Aircraft effective range is 100+ nautical miles. Battleships can shoot at things they can see. Aircraft can kill things over the horizon. The implications are staggering and undeniable. The Aviation Observer program required 60 hours of flight time across multiple aircraft types, exposure to dive bombing, torpedo bombing, fighter tactics, and carrier operations. Halsey threw himself into the curriculum with the intensity of a midshipman trying to avoid academic probation. He flew in every aircraft the Navy operated. He studied aircraft performance specifications, bombing accuracy data, interception tactics, and carrier operational procedures. He spent hours with young pilots, listening to their experiences, asking questions that range from technical details to philosophical approaches to air combat. The pilots responded with cautious respect, then genuine enthusiasm. Most flag officers treated aviators like necessary specialists, mechanics who happened to fly. Halsey treated them like warriors who'd mastered a revolutionary form of warfare. That attitude earned loyalty that would prove invaluable in the years ahead. When Halsey commanded carrier task forces in combat, his pilots would fly beyond normal endurance limits because they knew their admiral understood what he was asking of them. He'd been where they were, in the air, vulnerable, betting his life on aircraft performance and pilot skill. That shared experience created bonds that transcended rank. Navy Department, Washington, D.C., March 3, 1937. Admiral Halsey meets with Admiral Ernest King, one of the Navy's most brilliant and difficult officers, to discuss carrier doctrine and the future of naval aviation. King is a fierce advocate for aviation, having commanded USS Lexington and fought bureaucratic battles to expand the carrier force. He's also notoriously abrasive, intolerant of fools, and suspicious of battleship admirals who suddenly develop interest in aviation. Halsey enters King's office prepared for skepticism or dismissal. Instead, King opens the conversation by asking detailed technical questions about carrier operations, testing whether Halsey's aviation training was serious study or political theater. Halsey answers precisely, discussing aircraft ranges, bomb loads, doctrine for coordinating multi-carrier strikes. King leans back in his chair, a thin smile forming. "You're not faking it? Good. We need senior officers who understand this." The conversation shifts to strategic questions. How should carriers be integrated into fleet operations? Should they operate independently or in support of battleship formations? How vulnerable are carriers to surface engagement? King argues for aggressive carrier operations, treating them as primary striking weapons rather than battleship escorts. Halsey finds himself agreeing, his recent flight experiences giving him confidence to endorse radical doctrine. They discuss the possibility of carrier-centric fleet composition, where battleships become the supporting force rather than the centerpiece. It's heretical thinking in 1937. It will be standard doctrine by 1943. USS Saratoga, Pacific Ocean. June 14, 1938. Admiral Halsey assumes command of the Saratoga's Air Group, his first carrier-adjacent command, all a critical step toward commanding entire carrier task forces. The Saratoga is 33,000 tons, capable of launching and recovering 36 aircraft. Commissioned in 1928 as one of America's first large carriers, Halsey spends weeks learning the intricate choreography of carrier operations. Aircraft must be spotted on the flight deck in precise order. Launch sequences must account for aircraft weight, wind speed, deck temperature. Recovery operations require split-second timing, as pilots guide aircraft onto a moving, pitching deck at over 60 knots closing speed. One mistake, one aircraft crash on deck, and the entire operation shuts down until the wreckage is cleared. Halsey watches as pilots conduct strikes against simulated enemy positions, pushing them harder than they've been pushed before. It's demanding accuracy rather than just completing missions. His engineering background proves valuable here. He understands the mechanical stresses on aircraft, the importance of maintenance, the difference between pushing equipment to its limits and pushing it to failure. The air group officers initially view Halsey with caution, unsure if this battleship-trained admiral will really understand their world. By the end of his 6-month command, they're calling him Bull Halsey with affection rather than mockery, recognizing that he's one of them now, an officer who speaks their language. The transformation from battleship commander to aviation advocate took barely 3 years, from 1935 to 1938, an astonishingly short period for such a fundamental philosophical pivot. What made it possible? Part of the answer is Halsey's personality. He'd never been invested in battleship doctrine the way some officers were. His experience on destroyers had taught him that smaller, faster ships often achieved more than massive, slow battleships. He didn't have to unlearn decades of emotional attachment to big guns and armor plate. But the deeper answer is intellectual honesty. Halsey looked at aircraft performance data and reached the only logical conclusion. Aircraft could strike farther, faster, and often more accurately than battleship guns. They could concentrate overwhelming force on single targets, then disperse before counterattack. They operated in 3 dimensions, making them far harder to defend against than surface ships limited to 2. The mathematics were undeniable. Battleships mounting 14-inch or 16-inch guns could fire perhaps 15 nautical miles, maybe 20 miles, with plunging fire at extreme range. Aircraft could strike from over 100 nautical miles, attack from any direction, and return to their carrier to rearm. One carrier with 36 aircraft could deliver more explosive power on target than an entire battleship division, and do it from beyond visual range. Halsey saw these numbers and accepted their implications, even though those implications contradicted 35 years of training and doctrine. Naval War College, Newport, Rhode Island. September 19, 1939. Admiral Halsey delivers a guest lecture to the senior course, the same program he'd attended 6 years earlier, on the subject of carrier operations and future naval warfare. The assembled captains and commanders are skeptical. Most have spent their careers on surface ships. Most still believe battleships are the ultimate expression of naval power. Halsey opens his remarks with brutal honesty. Everything we learned at Annapolis about decisive surface engagements is obsolete. The next naval war will be fought by aircraft we never see, launched from carriers we never approach. Battleships are magnificent weapons for a war that will never happen. The room erupts in argument. One captain stands to cite Jutland, where battleships fought the largest engagement in history. Halsey responds calmly. Jutland was 1916. How many aircraft did either fleet operate? 0. Now calculate what happens when 200 carrier aircraft attack a battleship formation that has no air cover. I've done the math. But it's not pretty. He spends the next 2 hours discussing carrier tactics, aircraft coordination, the importance of maintaining air superiority, and the revolution in naval warfare that's happening, whether the Navy accepts it or not. Some officers remain unconvinced, but others, especially the younger commanders, are listening intently, recognizing that Halsey is describing the Navy they'll actually fight in, not the Navy they wish existed. The aviation awakening transformed not just Halsey's career trajectory, but his entire understanding of naval warfare. The officer who'd spent 35 years thinking in terms of gun ranges and armor thickness was now calculating aircraft fuel capacity, bomb loads, and intercept angles. He'd jumped intellectual tracks entirely, from one paradigm to another, and done so late enough in his career that it should have been impossible. Yet somehow it worked. By 1939, Halsey was one of a handful of senior admirals who genuinely understood both surface warfare and aviation, who could speak credibly to battleship captains and carrier pilots alike, who bridged the old Navy and the new. This made him extraordinarily valuable as war approached. The Navy needed commanders who could integrate different weapons systems, who understood that modern naval warfare would require coordination between surface ships, submarines, and aircraft, not reliance on any single weapon. Halsey's late career aviation training positioned him perfectly for this new reality. When Pearl Harbor forced the Navy to bet everything on carriers, Halsey was ready. He'd already made that bet 4 years earlier, as when it was unpopular and uncertain. He'd already done the intellectual work of abandoning comfortable certainty for dangerous truth. The aviation awakening was complete. The battleship admiral had become a carrier commander, just in time for history to need exactly that transformation. The 53-year-old man who climbed into that training biplane in 1935 had been fundamentally uncertain about his place in the modern Navy. The 57-year-old man who left USS Saratoga Command in 1938 was absolutely certain. The future of naval warfare belonged to aviation. Carriers would dominate the Pacific War, and officers who couldn't adapt to that reality would be left behind, commanding obsolete ships in secondary theaters, watching history from the sidelines. Halsey had no intention of watching from sidelines. He'd spent too long preparing, too many invisible years grinding through peacetime stagnation to miss the war when it finally came. The aviation awakening gave him the tools he needed. The aggressive instincts he'd developed over 4 decades gave him the confidence to use those tools boldly. All that remained was for war to arrive. It wouldn't be long now. Germany had invaded Poland in September 1939. War in Europe was spreading. Japan was expanding throughout Asia. America's neutrality was temporary and fragile. Halsey knew it. Every officer knew it. They just didn't know when or how America would enter the war. They didn't know that when it came, it would arrive with stunning violence at Pearl Harbor, and would immediately obsolete the battleship fleet while vindicating every carrier advocate in the Navy. But Halsey was ready, more ready than almost anyone else, because he'd done the hardest thing any professional can do. He'd admitted that his life's expertise was becoming obsolete, and he'd learned something entirely new. That flexibility would define everything that followed. 200 miles north of Oahu, Hawaiian Islands. December 7th, 1941, 7:58 a.m. Admiral William Halsey stands on the flag bridge of USS Enterprise, coffee cup in hand, watching dawn light spread across the Pacific Ocean. The carrier is returning from Wake Island, where she's just delivered a Marine fighter squadron to reinforce the island's defenses. The mission has taken longer than planned. Weather delays, rough seas. They're running a day behind schedule, which means they're still 200 miles from Pearl Harbor, when they should already be tied up at Ford Island. Halsey is irritated at the delay, but not particularly concerned. It's peacetime routine, delivering aircraft to outlying bases, showing the flag, maintaining readiness. The Enterprise is making 25 knots, her escorts spread in defensive formation, preparing for a routine harbor entry. Then the radio crackles. Urgent traffic from Pearl Harbor. Not the usual coordination chatter. Something else? Emergency frequencies lighting up. The radio officer's voice cuts through the bridge. Admiral, Pearl Harbor is under attack. Multiple enemy aircraft. This is not a drill. Halsey sets his coffee cup down very carefully, his face absolutely expressionless. And then he speaks 4 words that will echo through the war. Find them. Kill them. The next 6 hours are chaos filtered through military discipline. The Enterprise launches combat air patrol immediately, fighters climbing to intercept any Japanese aircraft in the area. Halsey orders battle stations, the entire task force shifting from routine transit to combat readiness in minutes. Reports flood in from Pearl Harbor, confused and contradictory at first, then horrifyingly clear. Japanese carrier aircraft have struck the Pacific Fleet in harbor. Battleships are burning, hundreds of aircraft destroyed on the ground, casualties in the thousands. The attack came without warning, without declaration of war. that hitting America's primary Pacific base at the one moment when almost the entire battleship fleet was concentrated in one vulnerable anchorage. Halsey's staff begins plotting intercept courses, trying to locate the Japanese carrier force, but they're working with fragmentary information and vast ocean. The Japanese struck from somewhere north of Oahu, but precisely where? How many carriers? What course after the attack? The Enterprise's aircraft search hundreds of square miles of empty ocean. Nothing. The Japanese have vanished back into the Pacific, their timing perfect, their withdrawal as professional as their attack. Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. December the 7th, 1941. 2 p.m. The Enterprise enters Pearl Harbor 6 hours after the attack, and Halsey gets his first view of catastrophic defeat. The harbor is choked with smoke, its black columns rising from burning ships. USS Arizona is shattered, her forward magazines detonated by bombs, her superstructure collapsed, over 1,000 men entombed in her hull. USS Oklahoma has capsized, her bottom exposed, rescue crews cutting through steel, trying to reach trapped sailors. USS California is settling slowly, her decks awash. USS West Virginia is ablaze. USS Nevada ran aground trying to escape the harbor. Everywhere Halsey looks, there's destruction. Aircraft wreckage, burning oil slicks, rescue boats pulling bodies from the water. The Enterprise ties up at a pier, and Halsey walks ashore into a scene from hell. The Navy he's served for 41 years has been gutted in 2 hours. 8 battleships sunk or damaged. 188 aircraft destroyed on the ground. 2,403 Americans killed. 1,178 wounded. The Pacific Fleet has been crippled before America even enters the war. Halsey walks through the devastation, his face carved from granite, saying nothing. Officers who see him later report the same thing. They'd never seen rage expressed so quietly, so completely controlled. Ford Island Headquarters, Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 4 p.m. Admiral Husband Kimmel, commander of the Pacific Fleet, convenes an emergency meeting with his senior officers. Kimmel is destroyed emotionally, facing certain relief from command for the disaster that occurred on his watch. The assembled admirals and captains are stunned, angry, desperate for orders that make sense of chaos. Halsey enters the room last, still wearing his flight jacket from the Enterprise. And every eye turns to him. He's the most aggressive combat commander in the Pacific Fleet. He's also the only carrier admiral who wasn't caught in harbor. The Enterprise, Lexington, and Saratoga, all 3 carriers, were at sea during the attack. By accident or providence, they're untouched, and they're now America's only offensive capability in the Pacific. Halsey listens to the situation, briefing, the casualty reports, the damage assessments, the speculation about Japanese intentions. Then he speaks, and his voice cuts through the despair. We've lost battleships. We haven't lost carriers. We haven't lost this war. The Japanese made one critical mistake. They left our fuel storage intact. They left our repair facilities intact. And they didn't find our carriers. We can fight. We will fight. And we're going to make them regret they ever heard of Pearl Harbor. Admiral's Quarters, Pearl Harbor, December 8th, 1941. Evening. Halsey sits alone in temporary quarters, writing a letter to Francis. The discipline of putting words on paper forces clarity through rage. He describes the devastation methodically, the ships burning, the casualties mounting, the realization that America has been drawn into war through surprise attack. Then his tone shifts. The Japanese are competent, well-trained, and they've achieved tactical surprise, but they've awakened something they don't understand. They've unified a nation that was divided about entering this war. They've eliminated our battleship fleet, which forces us to fight the way we should have been preparing to fight all along, with carriers and aircraft. And they've guaranteed that this war won't end until Japan is utterly defeated. We won't negotiate. We won't compromise. We'll destroy their fleet, occupy their home islands, and dictate terms from Tokyo. They've chosen this. Now they'll experience the full consequences of their choice. He seals the letter and sits in silence, processing the day's events. 41 years of peacetime preparation are over. Everything he's learned, Every ship he's commanded, every risk he's taken, every decision to adapt when others clung to obsolete doctrine, all of it has been preparation for what comes next. The war has finally arrived, and Halsey is ready. Naval Headquarters, Pearl Harbor, December 24th, 1941. Admiral Chester Nimitz arrives to replace Kimmel as commander of the Pacific Fleet, and one of his first actions is promoting Halsey to Vice Admiral and confirming him as commander of Enterprise Task Force. The promotion is recognition that Halsey is now one of America's most important combat commanders. With the battleship fleet crippled, carriers are America's only offensive weapon. The Enterprise, Lexington, and Saratoga must carry the entire war effort until new construction arrives, which won't be for months. Nimitz meets privately with Halsey to discuss strategy and operational philosophy. The two men are different in almost every way. Nimitz is calm, methodical, patient. Halsey is aggressive, instinctive, impatient. But they share something essential. Both understand that America must maintain offensive operations despite material disadvantage. And sitting passively while rebuilding the fleet would hand initiative to Japan permanently. Nimitz needs commanders who will take risks, and Halsey is constitutionally incapable of caution. They discuss potential operations, raids on Japanese-held islands, harassment of enemy supply lines, aggressive patrolling to prevent further attacks on Hawaii or the West Coast. Nothing decisive yet, nothing that risks losing the precious carriers, but enough to show Japan that America is still fighting, still dangerous, still capable of striking back. The strategic situation in late December 1941 was catastrophically bad for America. Japan had achieved total surprise at Pearl Harbor, crippling the Pacific Fleet's battleship force. Simultaneously, Japanese forces attacked the Philippines, Guam, Wake Island, and British possessions throughout Southeast Asia. Hong Kong fell on December 25th. The Philippines were under siege. Singapore was threatened. Japanese forces seemed unstoppable, advancing on multiple fronts against unprepared Allied defenders. America's Pacific presence was reduced to 3 carriers, a handful of cruisers and destroyers, and island garrisons that were isolated and doomed. The Japanese combined fleet, by contrast, was intact and powerful. 6 fleet carriers, hundreds of aircraft, thousands of veteran pilots, battleships, cruisers, destroyers in overwhelming numbers. Japan controlled the Central Pacific, the South China Sea, and was expanding into the Indian Ocean. Every military calculation suggested America needed years to rebuild, retrain, and mount effective counteroffensive operations. But Halsey and Nimitz understood these calculations. They also understood that mathematics alone don't determine wars. Morale matters, initiative matters, aggression matters. If America remained passive until achieving material superiority, the war might be lost psychologically before it was lost militarily. USS Enterprise, Pearl Harbor, December 30th, 1941. Halsey addresses his task force officers before their first offensive sortie, a raid on Japanese positions in the Marshall Islands. The assembled commanders are experienced professionals, but they're also shaken by Pearl Harbor's disaster and uncertain about attacking an enemy that seems invincible. Halsey's briefing is characteristically blunt. We're going to hit them hard and we're going to hurt them. They think they've won this war already. They think we're finished. We're going to teach them they're wrong. Some of you are thinking about our battleships burning in Pearl Harbor. Forget them. They were obsolete anyway. We're the real Navy now. Carriers, aircraft, speed, aggression. That's how we win this war. He pauses, looking at each officer individually. The Japanese are good. They're disciplined, well-trained, and they've been fighting in China for years while we sat in harbor. But they've never fought us. They've never fought a Navy that refuses to quit, that adapts faster than they can respond, that turns every setback into fuel for harder counterattack. They're about to learn what that feels like. Now, let's go kill some of their ships. The psychological impact of Pearl Harbor on Halsey was profound and permanent. The attack vindicated every argument he'd made for years about battleship vulnerability and carrier supremacy. The battleships he'd commanded, the USS New York and others, were now burning wrecks or damaged hulks requiring months of repair. Meanwhile, the carriers he'd championed were untouched and essential. If there was any satisfaction in being proven right, Halsey didn't show it. He was too focused on the larger disaster. The thousands of dead sailors, the temporary loss of American naval dominance, the global embarrassment of being caught unprepared. The attack also crystallized something in Halsey's character that had been developing for decades. His aggressive instincts, which could seem reckless or impulsive in peacetime, now appeared prescient and necessary. The Navy needed aggressive commanders. Caution had achieved nothing at Pearl Harbor except maximizing vulnerability. Perhaps bold action, even risky bold action, was actually the safest course. That belief would guide every decision Halsey made for the next 4 years. The boy from New Jersey, who'd watched his father sail toward war in 1898, had finally reached his own war at age 59. Most flag officers that age were thinking about retirement, teaching positions, comfortable post-war careers. Halsey was thinking about killing Japanese ships. The decades of preparation, the destroyer commands, the aviation training, the carrier experience, all of it had been aimed at this moment, even if he hadn't known it. That Pearl Harbor was the inflection point that transformed William Halsey from a successful but unremarkable flag officer into a combat commander of historical significance. Before December 7th, he was one of many admirals, competent and aggressive, but unproven in war. After December 7th, he was something different. He was America's weapon of vengeance, the admiral who would carry the counterattack, the face of aggressive American response to humiliating defeat. The role fit him perfectly, not because he sought revenge or harbored hatred, but because his entire professional philosophy aligned with what the moment demanded: aggressive action, calculated risk, refusal to accept defeat, belief that American sailors, properly led and equipped, could defeat any enemy. Pearl Harbor didn't create these qualities in Halsey. It revealed them. And America desperately needed what it revealed. USS Enterprise, Pacific Ocean, April 1st, 1942. Admiral Halsey receives classified orders that make him read twice to ensure he's understanding correctly. The Navy is going to launch Army Air Force's B-25 bombers from the carrier USS Hornet, fly them 650 miles to Tokyo, bomb the Japanese capital, and continue to China, where the crews will bail out or crash land behind friendly lines. It's audacious to the point of insanity. B-25s are twin-engine medium bombers weighing 27,000 pounds at takeoff. They're designed for runways, not carrier decks. The Hornet's flight deck is only 800 feet long. The bombers will have perhaps 30 feet to spare when they reach flying speed, if they reach flying speed. If wind conditions cooperate, if everything goes perfectly. One miscalculation, one mechanical failure, one bomber crash on deck during launch, and the entire operation collapses. Moreover, the bombers have no way to return to the carriers. They lack the range and lack arresting hooks for carrier landing. This is a one-way mission. 16 crews will launch, strike Japan, and disappear into China, hoping to reach friendly forces before Japanese troops find them. Halsey reads the orders again, does some quick calculations about risk versus strategic impact, and approves the operation immediately. It's exactly his kind of warfare. Bold, risky, psychologically devastating, even if tactically limited. USS Enterprise, meeting with Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy Doolittle, April 2nd, 1942. Halsey meets the raid's commander, but a legendary Army aviator who's volunteered to lead this near-suicidal mission. James Harold Doolittle is 55 years old, holder of a doctorate in aeronautical engineering from MIT, winner of the 1925 Schneider Trophy race, first pilot to perform an outside loop, and certified lunatic by the standards of normal military aviation. He's also calm, methodical, and completely realistic about the raid's chances. He briefs Halsey on crew training, aircraft modifications, bombing plans, and escape routes through China. The bombers have been stripped of unnecessary weight, every pound sacrificed for fuel capacity. The crews have practiced short takeoff procedures for weeks, though never from an actual carrier. Navigation will be challenging, hitting precise targets in hostile territory. But Doolittle is confident. The real question is escape afterward. Japanese forces control much of eastern China. The bombers will have minimal fuel remaining when they reach the coast. Crews will need to bail out in darkness over mountainous terrain, land safely, evade Japanese patrols, and reach Chinese forces willing to help. The survival rate could be 50% or less. Halsey asks the obvious question. "Colonel, are you absolutely certain you want to do this?" Doolittle smiles. "Admiral, I'm certain we have to do this. Whether I want to is irrelevant." USS Enterprise, approaching Japanese waters. April 17, 1942, midnight. Halsey's task force steams through darkness toward the launch point, 650 miles east of Tokyo, maintaining complete radio silence, hoping Japanese naval patrols don't detect them. See, the force includes Enterprise and Hornet, 4 cruisers, 8 destroyers, and a Navy oiler for refueling. They're sailing directly into Japanese-controlled waters, with 2 of America's 3 operational carriers, risking half of the Pacific Fleet's offensive capability on a mission that might achieve nothing more than symbolic impact. Every officer understands the stakes. If Japanese carriers find them before the bombers launch, the task force could be destroyed, crippling America's ability to fight in the Pacific for the next 6 months. But the psychological impact of bombing Tokyo, hitting the Japanese capital, proving that Japan's home islands are vulnerable, that impact could be worth extraordinary risk. Halsey prowls the Enterprise's bridge through the night, smoking endless cigarettes, studying weather reports, steady calculating distances and timing. The original plan called for launching at dawn from 400 miles offshore, but dawn launch means the task force would be within range of Japanese patrol aircraft. Too dangerous. They'll launch earlier from farther out, giving the bombers less fuel reserve but giving the carriers more escape time. USS Hornet, flight deck. April 18, 1942, 7:15 a.m. 16B, 25 bombers sit on the Hornet's deck, so tightly packed that their wings overlap, loaded with fuel and bombs, engines warmed up, crews strapped in. The carriers have been spotted by a Japanese patrol boat 680 miles from Tokyo, farther out than planned. The patrol boat broadcast a warning before American ships sank it, which means Japanese forces now know carriers are approaching. Halsey faces an immediate decision: abort the mission and run, preserving the carriers but abandoning the raid, or launch immediately from 30 miles farther than planned, hoping the bombers have enough fuel to reach China. Halsey makes the call in seconds. "Tell Colonel Doolittle to launch now. We're close enough." The first B-25 positions at the end of the deck, engines roaring, the pilot waiting for the flight deck officer's signal. The Hornet is making 25 knots into a stiff headwind, giving the bomber maximum lift. The deck officer drops his flag. The bomber lurches forward, accelerating down 800 feet of pitching deck, reaching flying speed with 30 feet to spare, dropping briefly toward the ocean before climbing safely away. 1 down, 15 to go. Each launch takes 4 minutes, and each bomber clears the deck with heart-stopping narrow margins. Halsey watches from the Enterprise, calculating remaining time before Japanese aircraft arrive. All 16 bombers launch successfully. Not a single accident, not a single abort. The raid is committed. Tokyo, Japan, April 18th, 1942, 12:20 p.m. local time. Colonel Doolittle's lead bomber arrives over Tokyo in broad daylight, flying at rooftop level, shocking Japanese civilians and military personnel who've been assured their homeland is invulnerable to attack. Air raid sirens wail. Anti-aircraft guns open fire, filling the sky with black bursts. But the bombers are too low, too fast, and too unexpected for effective defense. Doolittle drops incendiary and high-explosive bombs on an aircraft factory. Ari then climbs to escape altitude and turns southwest toward China. Behind him, 15 more bombers hit targets across Tokyo, Yokohama, Nagoya, and Kobe. The physical damage is modest, perhaps 33,000 tons of shipping, 100-plus aircraft destroyed, 8 warships damaged, various industrial facilities hit. But the psychological impact is catastrophic for Japan. The American enemy they have dismissed as defeated has just struck their capital. The military leaders who promised absolute security have failed spectacularly. Emperor Hirohito, considered divine, has been threatened by foreign aircraft. Across Japan, the civilian population experiences fear and doubt for the first time, and Japanese military leaders begin making decisions driven by rage and humiliation rather than strategic calculation. Approaching Chinese coast, or 15 hours after launch, the 16 B-25s spread across hundreds of miles of sky, desperately low on fuel, flying in darkness toward a coast they can barely navigate. The plan was to land at Chinese airfields where runway lights would guide them in. But communications failed. The Chinese weren't warned. The fields are dark. One by one, the bombers run out of fuel. 15 crews bail out into darkness over mountainous terrain. One bomber diverts to Vladivostok in Soviet Russia, where the crew is interned. The bailouts are chaotic and dangerous. Parachutes catch in trees. Men land in rivers. Bones break. But Chinese civilians and guerrilla forces begin finding the scattered airmen, hiding them from Japanese patrols, guiding them west towards safety. 8 crew members are captured by Japanese forces. 3 are executed. 1 dies in captivity. Of 80 original crew members, 69 eventually return to American control. Doolittle, convinced his mission has failed because he lost all his aircraft, is shocked to learn he's being awarded the Medal of Honor. He expected court-martial. He receives America's highest military decoration instead. USS Enterprise, returning to Pearl Harbor. April the 25th, 1942. Halsey's task force arrives safely in Hawaii, having evaded all Japanese attempts at interception. They left the launch point immediately after the bombers departed, running southeast at maximum speed, putting distance between themselves and Japanese naval forces. The gamble paid off. 2 carriers penetrated deep into Japanese waters, launched a strike on the enemy capital, and escaped without damage. It's the kind of tactical success America desperately needs after months of defeat. But Halsey understands something more significant than tactical results. The raid has changed Japanese strategic thinking. Intercepted communications suggest the Japanese Navy is now obsessed with preventing future carrier raids on the homeland. They're pulling forces back toward Japan. They're accelerating plans to extend their defensive perimeter farther into the Pacific. Most importantly, they're planning a major operation to destroy the American carrier force once and for all. Exactly as Halsey hoped. The raid was bait, demonstrating that American carriers could strike anywhere, forcing Japan to commit resources to hunting those carriers. Japan is about to attempt precisely what America needs: a decisive carrier battle where America's superior code-breaking can provide tactical advantage. The Doolittle Raid achieved everything Halsey intended, and more. The physical damage was negligible by wartime standards. Perhaps a few $1 million of destruction, perhaps delaying aircraft production by a few weeks. But the strategic consequences were enormous. American morale, shattered by Pearl Harbor and months of Pacific defeats, recovered instantly. The raid proved America could strike back, could threaten Japan's homeland, could seize initiative despite material disadvantage. Japanese morale, by contrast, collapsed. The myth of invulnerability evaporated. Civilians began questioning military leadership, and most critically, the Japanese naval strategy shifted from methodical expansion to aggressive operations aimed at destroying American carriers before they could strike again. This shift led directly to the Battle of Midway 2 months later, where Japan committed its entire carrier fleet to an operation driven more by emotion than strategic calculation. Halsey had poked the beast, and the beast was now charging in predictable rage. Pearl Harbor, debriefing with Admiral Nimitz. April the 27th, 1942. Halsey presents his after-action report to the Pacific Fleet Commander, emphasizing the raid's psychological impact and its likely effect on Japanese planning. Nimitz listens carefully, asking detailed questions about Japanese patrol patterns, carrier operations under stress, and crew performance during combat. He's particularly interested in Halsey's risk assessment, whether the potential loss of 2 carriers would have been justified if Japanese forces had intercepted them. Halsey's response is characteristic. We weren't going to lose. The Japanese didn't know we were coming until we were already leaving. By the time they could concentrate forces, we'd be 300 miles away and running. The risk was acceptable because we controlled the timing. Nimitz smiles slightly. Some of my staff believe the risk was reckless. Halsey shrugs. Some of your staff have never sunk an enemy ship. War requires risk, calculated risk, but risk nonetheless. We can't win by avoiding contact. We win by forcing the enemy to react to our initiatives, not by reacting to theirs. Nimitz makes notes, already thinking about future operations. He needs Halsey's aggressive instincts, but he also needs to harness those instincts, direct them towards strategic objectives rather than tactical opportunities. The two men will navigate this tension for the next 3 years, sometimes cooperating perfectly, sometimes clashing over appropriate levels of risk. The Doolittle Raid established Halsey as America's most visible combat commander. Newspapers across the country celebrated Bull Halsey, the aggressive admiral who'd struck Tokyo, who'd proven America could fight back effectively. The nickname, which had originated years earlier from his academy football days, became synonymous with aggressive American counterattack. War bond posters featured Halsey's face. Magazine profiles described his career, his philosophy, his determination to defeat Japan. He became a public figure, recognizable to millions of Americans, a symbol of American resilience and fighting spirit. This fame was useful for morale, but complicated for Halsey personally. He was a professional naval officer, not a politician or celebrity. The attention made him uncomfortable, and the responsibility of representing American military virtue added pressure to every subsequent decision. If he failed now, he wouldn't just fail operationally. He'd fail publicly, damaging American morale at a critical moment. That pressure would influence his decision-making for the rest of the war, sometimes pushing him toward excessive aggression when caution might have been wiser. But in April 1942, the pressure felt appropriate and manageable. America needed heroes. The Doolittle Raid had given them one. Now Halsey needed to prove that early success wasn't luck or accident, but the beginning of systematic Japanese defeat. The opportunity would come soon, in the waters around a tiny island called Midway, where Japan would commit everything to destroying the American carrier force. But Halsey wouldn't be there. Fate had other plans. Pearl Harbor Naval Hospital, Hawaii, May 4th, 1942. Vice Admiral William Halsey lies in a hospital bed, his skin covered in painful dermatitis rash. Too ill to command operations, watching through windows as the Enterprise prepares for sea. He's being medically evacuated from combat command at the worst possible moment. Intelligence indicates Japan is planning major operations in the Coral Sea, threatening Australia, potentially cutting Allied supply lines to the Southwest Pacific. The Enterprise is sorting to join the Lexington Task Force in opposing this Japanese offensive. Halsey should be on his flagship's bridge, commanding the fleet, engaging the enemy. Instead, he's scratching inflamed skin, taking medication that barely helps, ordered by Navy doctors to remain ashore until the condition improves. The dermatitis appeared suddenly 3 weeks ago, red patches spreading across his torso and arms. Probably stress-related, though the exact cause remains unknown. It's gotten progressively worse, now covering over 50% of his body, painful and debilitating. Halsey has tried to ignore it, continue working, maintain command. But Nimitz intervened, overruling Halsey's protests, ordering hospitalization. A commander who can't think clearly because of pain and medication isn't helping anyone. Yes, the doctors estimate 2 weeks minimum recovery time. 2 weeks when Halsey will be useless, watching from shore, while other officers fight the war he's trained his entire life to command. Coral Sea, South Pacific, May 7 through 8, 1942. The Battle of the Coral Sea unfolds 4 days after Halsey's hospitalization, and it teaches the entire Navy lessons that will reshape naval warfare forever. American and Japanese carrier forces maneuver within 170 miles of each other, but never achieve visual contact. All combat is conducted by aircraft, carrier-launched strike groups attacking enemy ships over the horizon. It's the first naval battle in history where opposing surface forces never see each other, never exchange gunfire, never close to traditional combat range. Then everything Mahan's doctrine promised about decisive surface engagements has become obsolete in a single afternoon. Japanese aircraft strike USS Lexington, one of America's largest carriers, overwhelming her defenses with coordinated torpedo and bomb attacks. The Lexington is hit by 2 torpedoes and 3 bombs. Internal explosions follow as avgas fumes ignite. The carrier burns for hours before being abandoned, 216 men killed, the ship scuttled by American destroyers to prevent capture. USS Yorktown is also damaged, hit by a single bomb that penetrates her flight deck and explodes internally. She remains operational but needs repair. American aircraft, meanwhile, sink the Japanese light carrier Shoho and damage the fleet carrier Shokaku. Both sides withdraw after 2 days of combat, claiming victory, in neither actually achieving strategic decision. Pearl Harbor Naval Hospital receiving Coral Sea reports. May 9, 1942. Halsey reads tactical summaries and pilot debriefings from the Coral Sea, processing what the battle reveals about carrier warfare. Several patterns emerge immediately. First, carrier combat is incredibly destructive and rapid. Ships can be sunk in minutes by concentrated air attack. Second, defending against massed aircraft strikes is nearly impossible with current anti-aircraft capabilities. The Lexington was protected by 5-inch guns and 40mm automatic weapons, yet she was overwhelmed by coordinated attacks from multiple directions. Third, pilot skill and aircraft quality matter enormously. Japanese pilots demonstrated superior torpedo tactics, approaching low and slow, the hitting from optimal angles. American pilots showed courage but less refined technique. Fourth, and most troubling, the battle was tactically inconclusive. Both sides lost major warships. Neither achieved decisive advantage. If this pattern continues, carrier warfare will become a grinding attrition contest, where both sides bleed strength without achieving strategic decision. Halsey begins thinking about how to break that pattern, how to achieve decisive results rather than mutual damage. Conversation with returning Enterprise pilots. May 10, 1942. Several of Halsey's former pilots visit him in the hospital, fresh from the Coral Sea engagement, still processing what they experienced. They describe combat in vivid, disturbing detail. The moment when you push into your dive, committing to attack, yet knowing anti-aircraft fire is coming, but unable to evade because accuracy demands steady approach. The strange clarity of seeing your target, a massive carrier filling your bomb site, watching your bomb release and tracking it downward, the frantic escape afterward, enemy fighters pursuing, your wingman shot down beside you, no time to check if he survived. These conversations give Halsey insight beyond tactical reports. He hears the fear these young men are managing, the stress of losing friends, the psychological weight of attacking ships filled with human beings. He also hears their determination, their anger at losing the Lexington, their eagerness to return to combat despite everything they've experienced. This generation of naval aviators is learning warfare in real time, developing tactics through trial and error, and paying for every lesson with casualties. Halsey recognizes his role. When he returns to command, he must use these pilots effectively, aggressively enough to hurt the enemy without wasting them on pointless operations. The Navy has perhaps 300 experienced carrier pilots. Japan has similar numbers. Both sides are irreplaceably precious. Strategic Analysis Meeting, Admiral Nimitz Headquarters, May 12, 1942. Halsey, still recovering but well enough to attend staff meetings, participates in Nimitz's assessment of the Coral Sea engagement and implications for future operations. The strategic picture is complex and troubling. Japan's advance toward Port Moresby has been checked, which prevents immediate threat to Australia. But Japanese forces remain powerful and aggressive. More concerning, their intelligence indicates Japan is planning another major operation, possibly targeting Midway Island or the Aleutians, possibly both. Japanese naval communications have increased dramatically. Codebreakers are detecting references to Operation MI, location uncertain, target uncertain, but clearly something large and imminent. Nimitz needs to position his limited forces to counter this operation, but he can't afford to guess wrong. America has 3 operational carriers, Enterprise, Hornet, and Yorktown. Japan has at least 6 carriers, possibly more. If Nimitz concentrates forces in the wrong location, Japan could achieve devastating victory. The meeting debates options for hours, arguments sometimes heated, officers proposing different strategies based on different intelligence interpretations. The Battle of the Coral Sea was strategically inconclusive, but doctrinally revolutionary. Both sides could claim limited victories. Japan failed to capture Port Moresby, which was their operational objective. America lost a fleet carrier, which was a significant material defeat. But the larger lesson was that carrier warfare had fundamentally changed naval combat. Surface ships were now platforms for launching aircraft, not primary weapons themselves. The battleships that had dominated naval thinking for 50 years were suddenly obsolete. Not useless, they could still provide anti-aircraft defense and shore bombardment, but no longer the decisive weapons Mahon's doctrine had promised. Carriers were now supreme, and carrier admirals like Halsey were now essential. And this shift vindicated everything Halsey had argued since his aviation training in 1935. But vindication provided no satisfaction when he couldn't participate in the proving moment. Being hospitalized during the Coral Sea battle was professionally frustrating and personally humiliating. Halsey had spent 4 decades preparing for exactly this kind of warfare, and illness had sidelined him at the critical moment. Hospital room, midnight. May 13th, 1942. Halsey sits alone, unable to sleep, thinking about lessons from the Coral Sea and implications for his future command. Several conclusions crystallize. First, carrier admirals can't afford caution. The temptation will be to preserve precious carriers, avoid risk, fight defensively. But defensive carrier operations mean surrendering initiative to the enemy, or allowing Japan to choose when and where to engage. Aggressive operations, by contrast, force Japan to react, defending their positions, responding to American initiatives. Second, carrier combat requires ruthless concentration of force. Both sides at Coral Sea operated with divided forces, multiple carrier groups separated by hundreds of miles. This prevented either side from achieving overwhelming striking power at the decisive moment. Better to risk everything on concentrated attack than divide forces for defensive depth. Third, and most difficult, carrier commanders must accept that carrier warfare will be costly. Ships will be lost. Pilots will die. There's no clean, efficient way to destroy enemy carriers without exposing your own to counterattack. The only question is whether losses achieve strategic objectives or merely bleed strength in indecisive combat. Doctor's examination, May 14, 1942. Navy physicians examine Halsey's condition, noting improvement, but remaining cautious about immediate return to command. The dermatitis is receding slowly, inflammation decreasing, but complete recovery will take additional weeks. More concerning is identifying the underlying cause. Stress almost certainly contributes, but there may be environmental triggers, dietary factors, or underlying immune dysfunction. Without determining the cause, recurrence is likely, possibly at equally inconvenient moments. The doctors recommend extended rest, reduced stress, avoidance of tropical climates where heat and humidity exacerbate skin conditions. Halsey listens to these recommendations with barely concealed contempt. Extended rest isn't an option. Stress reduction is impossible during warfare, and tropical climates define the Pacific theater where this war will be fought. He needs treatment that allows him to function in combat, not treatment that requires retirement to temperate climates. The doctors prescribe medication and suggest he request assignment to administrative duties where stress levels are lower. Halsey thanks them politely and immediately ignores everything except the medication. He'll return to combat command as soon as physically possible, even if his condition isn't completely resolved. Reflecting on absence from history. The Coral Sea battle would be Halsey's first major absence from significant Pacific combat, but not his last. Being sidelined by illness at critical moments would become a recurring pattern, shaping his reputation in these complex ways. Some historians would later argue that Halsey's aggressive instincts, while valuable most of the time, could be reckless in crucial moments, and that his forced absences at Coral Sea and Midway prevented potential disasters. Others would counter that aggressive commanders sometimes get lucky, and Halsey's absence meant America benefited from more cautious leadership at precisely the moments when caution was appropriate. Halsey himself would spend the rest of his life wondering about roads not taken, battles he didn't fight, decisions that might have been different. But in May 1942, these philosophical debates were irrelevant. He simply wanted to recover, return to his ship, and resume the war. The Navy needed aggressive commanders. American morale demanded visible heroes. And Halsey's entire identity was built around combat leadership. Lying in a hospital bed while others fought was psychological torture. Recovery couldn't come fast enough. The lesson Halsey took from the Coral Sea wasn't about tactics or technology. It was personal and painful. Physical health matters in ways that skill and determination can't overcome. A commander incapacitated by illness is useless, regardless of talent or experience. This lesson would make Halsey obsessive about maintaining physical condition, pushing through pain and fatigue, refusing to acknowledge limitations. It would also make him sometimes continue commanding when medical relief would have been appropriate, pride overruling judgment, determination becoming stubbornness. But those consequences were years in the future. In May 1942, Halsey simply focused on recovery, counting days until he could return to Enterprise, praying that the next major battle wouldn't happen before he was ready. Intelligence reports suggested that prayer wouldn't be answered. The next battle was coming soon, possibly within weeks. A battle that would determine the entire Pacific War's trajectory. A battle Halsey would watch from shore, helpless, while another officer commanded the fleet and earned the glory. The Coral Sea had taught many lessons. For Halsey, the hardest lesson was that sometimes, despite everything, you miss history's most important moments, and you live with that absence forever. Pearl Harbor Naval Hospital, Hawaii, May 28, 1942. Thus, Vice Admiral William Halsey's dermatitis has improved, but not sufficiently for immediate return to command. His skin still shows inflammation across 40% of his body. The medication helps, but causes drowsiness and dulls thinking. Navy doctors remain adamant. He needs another 2 weeks minimum. Halsey argues, pleads, demands, and finally accepts the inevitable. He won't command during the upcoming operation. Intelligence has confirmed Japan is targeting Midway Island, a tiny atoll 1,100 miles northwest of Hawaii, critical to Pearl Harbor's defense perimeter. Japanese plans call for capturing Midway, drawing out the American carrier fleet, and destroying it in decisive battle. Admiral Yamamoto Izoroku is personally commanding the operation, committing virtually the entire combined fleet, 4 fleet carriers, 2 light carriers, 11 battleships, 16 cruisers, 46 destroyers, plus invasion forces and support vessels. It's the largest Japanese naval operation of the war, and it's aimed at eliminating American carrier power permanently. Nimitz needs his best carrier commander for this battle. That commander is Halsey, but Halsey can't fight. He needs a replacement immediately. Admiral's Quarters, Pearl Harbor, May 28th afternoon. Nimitz visits Halsey privately to discuss the replacement decision. Standard procedure would be to appoint the next ranking carrier admiral, but Nimitz wants Halsey's recommendation, trusting his judgment about which officer can handle this responsibility. Halsey doesn't hesitate. Raymond Spruance. He's currently commanding cruiser divisions under my task force. Yes, but he thinks like a carrier admiral. He's methodical, calm under pressure, and he won't panic when the situation gets confusing. Nimitz raises an eyebrow. Spruance has never commanded carriers. You're recommending an officer with 0 carrier experience to command our entire carrier force in the most important battle of the war. Halsey nods firmly. Spruance is brilliant. He learns faster than anyone I've known. Brief him thoroughly on carrier doctrine. Assign experienced carrier captains to advise him. And he'll execute flawlessly. More importantly, he won't try to reinvent doctrine during combat. He'll follow the plan, adapt when necessary, but stay focused on the objective. That's what we need at Midway. Not genius, not innovation, discipline, and execution. Nimitz considers this recommendation carefully. It's characteristically gracious of Halsey to recommend an officer who might earn glory Halsey wants for himself. It's also strategically sound. Spruance is indeed brilliant, cautious where Halsey is aggressive, which might be appropriate for this particular battle. USS Enterprise, change of command, May 29, 1942. Rear Admiral Raymond Ames Spruance assumes tactical command of Task Force 16, replacing Halsey, effective immediately. Spruance is 55 years old, 3 years older than Halsey, born July 1886 in Baltimore, Maryland. His career has been distinguished but lower profile than Halsey's. He commanded destroyers in the First World War, attended the Naval War College, commanded battleships during the 1930s. He's known for intellectual rigor, calm temperament, and methodical planning. He's also known for something else. He walks everywhere at exactly 3 miles per hour, neither faster nor slower, maintaining physical conditioning through disciplined daily routine. His thinking operates similarly, steady and precise, processing information carefully rather than deciding impulsively. He's the opposite of Halsey in personality and command style, but Nimitz and Halsey both believe those opposite qualities are exactly what this battle requires. Spruance meets with Enterprise officers, receives briefings on carrier operations, studies intelligence reports on Japanese forces and probable plans. He asks detailed questions about aircraft ranges, fuel capacities, launch sequences, recovery procedures. He's learning on the job, compressing months of normal carrier training into 3 days. Battle of Midway, June 4 through 7, 1942. The battle unfolds exactly as codebreakers predicted and nothing like anyone expected. Japanese carriers approach Midway from the northwest, launching strikes against the island's defenses. American carriers Enterprise, Hornet, and Yorktown wait northeast of Midway, positioned to ambush the Japanese fleet after it commits to attacking the island. Spruance makes the critical decision to launch immediate attacks when Japanese carriers are located. Ignoring doctrine that calls for coordinated strikes, his aircraft launch piecemeal, torpedo bombers without fighter escort, dive bombers following minutes later, coordination sacrificed for speed. The torpedo bombers are slaughtered. 41 torpedo bombers attack in 3 separate waves. 35 are shot down. 0 torpedoes hit targets. It appears to be catastrophic failure, but the torpedo attacks draw Japanese fighters down to low altitude. When American dive bombers arrive at high altitude minutes later, they face minimal fighter opposition. They achieve complete surprise. Within 5 minutes, 3 Japanese fleet carriers are mortally damaged: Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu. A 4th carrier, Hiryu, launches counterstrikes that cripple Yorktown, but American dive bombers find and destroy Hiryu that afternoon. In 2 days of combat, Japan loses 4 fleet carriers, 248 aircraft, and 3,500 men. America loses Yorktown, 1 destroyer, 147 aircraft, and 307 men. It's the most decisive naval victory since Trafalgar, and it permanently shifts Pacific naval balance. And Japan will never again threaten American carrier superiority. Pearl Harbor, receiving Midway reports. June 5, 1942. Halsey reads battle reports from his hospital bed, processing the magnitude of American victory and struggling with complex emotions. Professionally, he's thrilled. The Pacific Fleet has achieved exactly what it needed, destroying Japanese carrier strength while preserving American carriers. Spruance executed perfectly, made sound decisions under pressure, achieved results beyond optimistic predictions. But, personally, Halsey is devastated. This is the battle he trained his entire life to command. The decisive carrier engagement that proves aviation doctrine, validates aggressive tactics, demonstrates how concentrated striking power wins naval wars. He should have been there. His flagship participated in the victory. His pilots flew the missions. His doctrine shaped the tactics. But another officer commanded, another officer made the critical decisions, another officer will receive historical credit for the Navy's greatest victory. Halsey's absence is medically justified and strategically inconsequential. Spruance probably executed better than Halsey would have, but that knowledge doesn't ease the pain of missing history's turning point, analyzing what might have been. The question that would haunt Halsey and later fascinate historians was whether his aggressive temperament would have changed Midway's outcome. Spruance's methodical approach led him to launch piecemeal attacks that achieved surprise through timing rather than coordination. Halsey might have waited, assembled a coordinated strike. They achieved better tactical concentration, but possibly lost surprise. Spruance withdrew after destroying the 4 Japanese carriers, declining to pursue the remainder of Yamamoto's fleet into darkness. Halsey might have pursued aggressively, risking night surface engagement, potentially achieving even greater destruction, or potentially losing American carriers to Japanese battleships. Spruance's caution preserved American forces, ensuring they would be available for subsequent operations. Halsey's aggression might have annihilated more Japanese strength, but at higher American cost. These scenarios are speculation, historical counterfactuals impossible to resolve. But they illuminate something important about Halsey's reputation. His aggressive instincts were valuable most of the time, but potentially dangerous at critical moments. A missing Midway might have been fortunate accident rather than tragic illness. Meeting with Spruance, June 10, 1942. Halsey meets Spruance after the battle, congratulating him on the victory, discussing tactical decisions and their implications. The conversation is cordial, professional, and complicated by unspoken tension. Spruance is gracious about assuming Halsey's command, crediting Halsey's doctrine and staff for the victory. Halsey is gracious about being replaced, praising Spruance's execution and judgment. Both men are being entirely sincere. Both are also human enough to feel competitive instincts, despite genuine respect for each other. Spruance has proven himself as a carrier admiral. He'll receive flag rank promotion, additional commands, historical recognition. Halsey, meanwhile, has been sidelined during the war's most important battle. His reputation is intact, but his opportunity was lost. They discuss future operations, where to strike next, how to exploit Midway's advantage. Halsey argues for aggressive pursuit of Japanese forces, maintaining initiative, striking before Japan can recover. Spruance argues for methodical advance, securing captured positions, building strength before launching new offensives. It's the same philosophical divide that will characterize their relationship throughout the war. Both approaches have merit. Both officers serve America well, but their differences are fundamental, reflecting different understandings of warfare itself. Promotion and new assignment, June 1942. Nimitz promotes Halsey to commander, South Pacific area, giving him responsibility for the entire theater, from Australia to the Central Pacific Islands. It's a major appointment, recognizing Halsey's importance despite missing Midway, ensuring he'll command critical operations in the campaign ahead. The promotion also removes Halsey from direct carrier command, placing him in strategic oversight rather than tactical execution. Some officers interpret this as gentle sidelining, keeping Halsey active without risking his aggressive instincts in carrier battles where caution might be appropriate. Others see it as appropriate use of talent, placing an aggressive commander where aggression is needed most, in the grinding campaigns that will push Japanese forces back through the island chains. Halsey accepts the assignment eagerly. His dermatitis is improving. His energy is returning. And the South Pacific Theater promises exactly the kind of combat that suits his temperament. Amphibious operations, surface engagements, close air support, continuous aggressive pressure on extended Japanese positions. This is his war now. Not the decisive carrier battle he missed at Midway, but something equally important, the long campaign that will break Japanese strength through relentless attrition and operational excellence. Reflecting on absence and opportunity. Midway's shadow would follow Halsey for the rest of his life. In some ways, missing the battle enhanced his reputation. He couldn't be blamed for tactical mistakes he didn't make. He couldn't be criticized for decisions he didn't execute. His aggressive philosophy was vindicated without being tested. In other ways, the absence diminished him. The Navy's greatest victory occurred without his participation. The battle that proved carrier warfare's dominance was commanded by someone else. History would remember Spruance at Midway. Halsey would be a footnote, the admiral who should have been there, but wasn't. Yet, perhaps this absence was preparation for what followed. Halsey learned humility at Midway, the lesson that personal glory matters less than American victory. He learned that aggressive instincts must serve strategic objectives, not personal ambition. Most importantly, he learned that missing one battle doesn't end a career. War provides multiple opportunities for those who persist. Midway was lost to him. But Guadalcanal, the Philippines, the final advance to Japan, all those campaigns remained. Halsey would make his mark not in a single decisive battle, but in months of grinding combat. demonstrating that persistence matters as much as tactical brilliance. The boy from New Jersey had wanted glory. The admiral emerging from Midway's shadow understood that glory was temporary and irrelevant. What mattered was defeating Japan, protecting American sailors, and executing the mission despite personal setbacks. Halsey had learned this lesson before, in the quiet decades when his career stagnated, when excellence went unnoticed, when competence received no reward. Now he learned it again, more painfully, missing history's greatest naval battle because of illness. But the lesson stuck this time. When Halsey returned to combat command weeks later, he would be less concerned with personal reputation and more focused on operational results. The shadow of Midway, ironically, made him a better commander. Not cautious, he could never be truly cautious, but focused. Determined to achieve victory through campaigns rather than seeking glory through single battles. This transformation would serve America well in the hard years ahead, when the Pacific War required grinding persistence more than brilliant maneuver. Halsey missed Midway, but Midway taught him how to win the war that followed. Sometimes history's greatest lessons come from the moments we miss entirely. Noumea, New Caledonia, June 24th, 1942. Vice Admiral William Halsey steps off a transport aircraft onto a dirt airstrip 1,500 miles northeast of Australia, assuming command of the South Pacific area in the middle of history's largest war. The heat hits him immediately. Olski tropical humidity that makes his uniform stick to skin, still recovering from dermatitis. Noumea is barely a city, more a collection of tin-roofed buildings and muddy roads, transformed overnight into America's forward headquarters for operations against Japanese positions throughout the Solomon Islands, New Guinea, and the Bismarck Archipelago. The headquarters itself is a converted warehouse, minimal air conditioning, communications equipment jury-rigged from commercial telephone lines and military radio sets. Staff officers work at folding tables under bare light bulbs, plotting Japanese positions on hand-drawn maps, coordinating operations across 1.5 million square miles of ocean with resources that wouldn't adequately support a single division in Europe. Halsey surveys this improvised command post and experiences a moment of profound uncertainty. He's spent 42 years in the Navy learning how to command ships. Nobody taught him how to command an entire theater with inadequate resources against a still powerful enemy. He'll have to figure it out as he goes. Meeting with Admiral Robert Gormley, outgoing commander, June 25, 1942. Halsey receives briefing on the strategic situation from the man he's replacing, and the news is uniformly bad. Japanese forces control everything from New Guinea to Fiji, a defensive perimeter of islands, airfields, and naval bases stretching 3,000 miles. The centerpiece is Rabaul, a natural harbor on New Britain Island, fortified with 100,000 troops, 600 aircraft, and 250 ships. Rabaul functions as the Japanese nerve center for the entire South Pacific, supporting operations throughout the region, repairing damaged ships, housing bomber squadrons that range as far south as Australia. American forces, by contrast, are desperately weak. 2 operational carriers available for the entire Pacific, plus supporting cruisers and destroyers. The 1st Marine Division, 19,000 men, preparing for America's first major amphibious operation of the war. Aircraft scattered across primitive airfields from Australia to New Caledonia. Supply lines stretching 2,000 nautical miles back to Hawaii, another 2,000 to California. Gormley delivers his assessment with tired resignation. We lack adequate defenses at any point to stop determined Japanese attack. Our offensive capabilities are minimal. The best we can achieve is holding what we have until reinforcements arrive. Halsey listens silently, his face expressionless, absorbing this litany of weakness. Then he responds with 5 words that will define his entire South Pacific command. We are going to attack. Headquarters staff meeting, June 25th, afternoon. Halsey assembles his senior staff officers, most of whom he's never met before, most of whom have been serving under Gormley's defensive mindset for months. He doesn't waste time on introductions or pleasantries. Gentlemen, the defensive phase of this war is over. We're going on the offensive immediately. I don't care if we're outnumbered. I don't care if our supply lines are stretched thin. I don't care if the Japanese have more ships, more aircraft, more bases. Weiss, we're going to hit them harder than they've been hit since Midway, and we're going to keep hitting them until they break or we break. My guess is they break first. Officers exchange glances, some excited, some skeptical, all uncertain whether this aggressive new commander understands the operational realities they're facing. Halsey sees the skepticism and addresses it directly. Some of you think I'm being reckless. Maybe I am. But defensive warfare in the Pacific means surrender. Japanese industry can't replace ships and aircraft as fast as America can. But they're ahead right now, which means every week we sit defensive, we fall further behind. Aggressive operations force them to react, spend resources, make mistakes. That's how we win. Yet not by waiting for perfect conditions, but by creating chaos they can't handle. Planning operation. Watchtower, July 1942. Halsey inherits plans for America's first major amphibious assault, targeting Guadalcanal in the Solomon Islands chain. The island is strategically worthless except for one feature. The Japanese are building an airfield on its northern coast, an airfield that could threaten supply lines to Australia, interdict shipping throughout the region, support further Japanese expansion. If that airfield becomes operational, Allied positions throughout the South Pacific become untenable. Joint Chiefs Directive is clear: capture the airfield before it's completed, destroy Japanese forces on Guadalcanal, establish American air presence in the Solomons. Simple objectives, nightmare execution. The Marines must conduct an opposed amphibious landing on a hostile shore, push inland through jungle terrain against unknown enemy strength, capture and hold the airfield while under constant air and naval attack. Naval forces must provide fire support, supply protection, and air cover while operating within range of Japanese bombers from Rabaul. If the Navy withdraws too soon, the Marines are stranded and doomed. If the Navy stays too long, Japanese surface forces could destroy the transport fleet and sink the carriers. Halsey reviews these plans knowing they're barely adequate, relying on luck and Japanese mistakes, but also knowing there's no alternative. America must attack now, or cede the entire South Pacific to permanent Japanese control. Conference with General Alexander Vandegrift, July 1942. Halsey meets the commander of the 1st Marine Division, the officer responsible for executing the Guadalcanal assault. Major General Alexander Archer Vandegrift is 55 years old, a professional Marine officer who's spent 3 decades preparing for amphibious warfare. He's calm, competent, and deeply concerned about the operational plan's weaknesses. His division has trained for amphibious assault, but never executed one in combat. His intelligence on Japanese strength is fragmentary and probably underestimated. His supply situation is marginal, barely adequate for the initial assault, insufficient for sustained operations, if Japanese forces counterattack or if naval support withdraws. Vandegrift presents these concerns methodically, not complaining, but ensuring Halsey understands the risks. Halsey listens carefully, now asks detailed questions about Marine capabilities and requirements, then makes a commitment that will define their relationship. General, I will not abandon your Marines. If the Navy must withdraw temporarily to regroup or avoid destruction, we will. But we won't leave your men stranded without support. You have my word on that. Now, tell me what you need to make this operation succeed. They spend 4 hours working through logistics, coordination procedures, air support requirements, evacuation contingencies. It's the beginning of a partnership between Navy and Marines that will endure through 6 months of brutal combat. Operation Watchtower launch, August 7th, 1942, dawn. 19,000 Marines storm ashore on Guadalcanal's northern beaches in America's first major offensive operation of the Pacific War. Main initial resistance is minimal. Japanese construction workers and a few hundred combat troops abandon the airfield and flee into the jungle. Marines capture the partially completed airstrip within hours, renaming it Henderson Field after a Marine pilot killed at Midway. The landing is astonishingly successful, the kind of bloodless victory that makes officers nervous because it seems too easy. Halsey receives reports throughout the day, tracking the Marines' advance, monitoring Japanese reactions, waiting for the inevitable counterattack. It comes faster than expected. Japanese bombers from Rabaul, 240 miles northwest, strike the landing beaches that afternoon. Navy anti-aircraft guns shoot down 14 bombers, but can't prevent damage to transport ships still unloading supplies. The bombardment continues into evening. Then worse news arrives. Japanese surface forces are approaching from the north, moving down the Slot, the channel between Solomon Island chains, heading directly toward the vulnerable American transport fleet. Battle of Savo Island, August 9, 1942, night. Japanese cruisers and destroyers execute a brilliant night attack on American naval forces, protecting the Guadalcanal beachhead, achieving tactical surprise and inflicting catastrophic damage. In 32 minutes of combat, Japanese ships sink 4 Allied cruisers, USS Astoria, Quincy, Vincennes, and HMAS Canberra, killing 1,270 sailors. The American Task Force commander, Rear Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner, withdraws his remaining ships immediately, abandoning the Marines on Guadalcanal without adequate supplies, ammunition, or heavy equipment. It's the worst defeat in United States Navy history, a humiliating demonstration that Japanese forces retain tactical superiority in night surface combat despite Midway's strategic victory. Halsey receives casualty reports with cold fury, understanding that the Navy has failed at its fundamental mission, protecting Marines during amphibious operations. The Japanese didn't even attack the transport ships, focusing entirely on warships, but the psychological impact was enough to trigger withdrawal. 19,000 Marines are now isolated on Guadalcanal, with perhaps 10 days of supplies, facing certain Japanese counterattack, depending entirely on Navy forces that just proved they can't protect them. Henderson Field operations begin August 20th, 1942. Marine and Navy aircraft begin operating from Henderson Field, the captured airstrip on Guadalcanal, transforming the strategic equation throughout the Solomons. The Cactus Air Force, named after Guadalcanal's operational code name, initially consists of 19 Wildcat fighters and 12 Dauntless dive bombers. It's a tiny force, barely squadron strength, operating from a primitive dirt runway, supplied by whatever Navy transports can reach the island. But those 31 aircraft can now strike Japanese ships approaching Guadalcanal, interdict supply runs, and provide air cover for Marine positions. Japanese forces suddenly can't operate freely during daylight. Their Tokyo Express supply runs, fast destroyers racing down the Slot to deliver troops and supplies, must now occur at night or face air attack. Henderson Field becomes the pivot point of the entire Guadalcanal campaign. As long as American aircraft operate from that field, Japanese forces can't retake the island. But if Japanese naval forces destroy Henderson Field, or if American forces can't keep it supplied, the entire position collapses. Every subsequent operation for 6 months will focus on that single muddy airstrip. Tokyo Express operations, October through December 1942. The Japanese develop sophisticated high-speed supply runs using destroyers and fast cruisers, racing down the Slot at night, delivering troops and equipment to Guadalcanal, withdrawing before American aircraft can attack at dawn. American sailors nickname it the Tokyo Express, sometimes Rat Run, grudging respect for Japanese tactical competence and seamanship. The runs occur every few nights, Japanese ships making 35 knots through darkness, unloading in hours, escaping successfully more often than not. Halsey's forces respond with increasingly aggressive night patrols, surface combat between destroyer squadrons and cruiser divisions, brutal engagements fought at point-blank range in absolute darkness. The Battle of Cape Esperance on October 11th through 12th demonstrates American improvement in night fighting. American cruisers intercept Japanese supply forces, sinking 1 cruiser and 1 destroyer while losing 1 destroyer themselves. It's not decisive, but it breaks Japanese dominance of night combat. The grinding continues, ships sink on both sides. Pilots die and aircraft shot down over jungle. Marines endure continuous artillery bombardment and infantry attacks. And nobody is winning. Both sides are bleeding strength in indecisive attrition. Halsey's operational philosophy emerging. The Guadalcanal campaign's opening months establish patterns that will characterize Halsey's entire South Pacific command. First, aggressive operations despite material disadvantage. Halsey never waits for perfect conditions or overwhelming superiority. He attacks with what he has, accepting risk, trusting that aggressive tempo will create opportunities. Second, logistical improvisation. Supply lines are inadequate, equipment is scarce, reinforcements are delayed. Halsey's staff becomes expert at scrounging resources, diverting supplies, prioritizing absolutely critical needs while deferring everything else. Third, integrated operations across services. Marines, Navy, and Army Air Forces must coordinate continuously, as sharing resources, supporting each other's operations, subordinating service rivalries to mission accomplishment. Halsey enforces this integration ruthlessly, firing officers who can't cooperate, promoting those who put mission above service loyalty. Fourth, acceptance of casualties. Men will die, ships will sink, aircraft will be shot down. Halsey doesn't minimize these losses, but he refuses to let casualty aversion paralyze operations. The calculus is brutal but clear. More Americans will die if operations fail than if operations succeed despite losses. Better to lose ships and men while advancing than to preserve them while retreating. Reflecting on command burden, September 1942. Halsey writes to Francis from his headquarters, describing the weight of command responsibility. Oh, the isolation of making decisions that kill men under his authority. The letter is uncharacteristically introspective, revealing doubts and fears he never expresses to subordinates. Every day I order operations that will kill American sailors and Marines. I review casualty reports each evening, reading names of men who died executing my orders. The weight of those deaths is crushing sometimes. I wonder if more cautious officers would preserve lives I'm spending. Then I remember that caution at Pearl Harbor killed thousands in a single morning. Caution in the Philippines allowed Japanese conquest. Caution is poison in this war. We must attack, risk, lose, and attack again. The only question is whether losses achieve strategic objectives or merely waste lives. I pray constantly that I'm making the right calculations. Oh, that the men I'm ordering into danger are dying for purposes that matter. But I don't know. I can't know. I can only do my best and live with the consequences. He doesn't send this letter. It's too revealing, too vulnerable for a commanding admiral. But writing it helps clarify his thinking, process his emotions, prepare for the grinding months ahead. The South Pacific offensive has only just begun. The hardest fighting is still to come. Henderson Field, Guadalcanal, September 15th, 1942. Marine pilots from the Cactus Air Force scramble at dawn to intercept Japanese bombers approaching from Rabaul, the 7th major air raid this week. The pilots are exhausted, flying multiple missions daily, sleeping in mud-floored tents, eating captured Japanese rice when American supplies don't arrive. Then their aircraft are deteriorating, constant operations without adequate maintenance, spare parts fabricated from wreckage, entire engines cannibalized from crashed planes. Yet, they keep flying because Henderson Field's survival depends on air superiority, and air superiority depends on putting damaged aircraft into the sky with exhausted pilots. This morning's interception is typical. 27 Japanese bombers escorted by 30 fighters approaching at 15,000 feet. 14 American fighters climb to engage, outnumbered 2-1, short on ammunition and fuel. The combat lasts 12 minutes. American pilots shoot down 6 bombers and 3 fighters, losing 2 Wildcats, both pilots killed. The surviving Japanese bombers crater Henderson Field's runway, destroying 1 grounded aircraft, killing 4 ground crew. Repair crews filled the craters with crushed coral and captured Japanese steel matting within 3 hours. By afternoon, aircraft are landing and launching again. This cycle repeats daily, sometimes twice daily, grinding both sides down, testing which nation can sustain losses longer. Battle of Cape Esperance, October 11th through 12th, 1942, night. American cruisers and destroyers intercept a Japanese supply convoy northwest of Guadalcanal, achieving tactical surprise for the first time in night combat. Rear Admiral Norman Scott commands 4 cruisers and 5 destroyers, using newly installed radar to detect Japanese ships before visual contact. The Americans cross the Japanese T, It's the classical naval maneuver where a column of ships rakes an enemy line with broadside fire while receiving fire from only the enemy's forward guns. It's devastatingly effective when executed properly, and Scott executes perfectly. American cruisers pour 5-inch and 6-inch shells into Japanese ships at ranges under 5,000 yards, sinking the heavy cruiser Furutaka and destroyer Fubuki within 20 minutes. But success is incomplete and costly. Japanese destroyers launched torpedoes that hit the destroyer USS Duncan, sinking her with 168 men killed. The heavy cruiser USS Boise suffers major damage from multiple shell hits, and the primary objective, stopping Japanese reinforcement of Guadalcanal, fails. The surviving Japanese destroyers complete their supply run, delivering troops and equipment before withdrawing. American and Japanese forces both claim victory. Both are partially right and partially wrong. Neither achieved decisive advantage. USS Hornet damaged, September 15, 1942. Japanese submarine. I-19 torpedoes the carrier, USS Hornet, southeast of Guadalcanal, nearly sinking one of America's 3 operational carriers. The torpedo strikes the starboard side, flooding 2 boiler rooms, jamming the steering gear, causing progressive flooding that threatens to capsize the ship. Damage control parties work frantically, shoring bulkheads, pumping water, isolating damaged compartments. The Hornet lists 15 degrees, dead in the water, vulnerable to follow-up attacks. Halsey orders maximum effort to save the carrier, assigning every available destroyer and tug to assist. In over 36 hours, Navy damage control teams stabilize the flooding, restore partial power, and get the Hornet underway at 5 knots. She limps to Noumea for emergency repairs, out of action for 3 weeks. During those 3 weeks, America has 2 operational carriers in the entire Pacific. Japan has 4. The strategic math is terrifying. 1 more carrier lost, 1 more successful Japanese attack, and American naval aviation becomes untenable. Halsey orders aggressive repairs, cutting corners, accepting risks, demanding the Hornet return to action faster than any peacetime maintenance schedule would allow. The carrier rejoins the fleet on October 10th, still not fully repaired, but operational enough for combat. It will have to be sufficient. Battle of Santa Cruz Islands, October 26th through 27th, Bar 1942. American and Japanese carrier forces clash northeast of Guadalcanal in a tactical draw that strategically favors Japan. Both sides launch simultaneous strikes at dawn on October 26th. Japanese aircraft find and attack USS Hornet, overwhelming her defenses with coordinated dive bombing and torpedo attacks. The Hornet is hit by 3 bombs and 2 torpedoes, suffers 2 kamikaze crashes into her flight deck, and is set ablaze throughout her length. She's abandoned that afternoon, then sunk by Japanese destroyers that evening. America loses one of its 3 carriers permanently. American aircraft, meanwhile, damaged 2 Japanese carriers, Shokaku and Zuiho, forcing both to withdraw for repairs lasting months. Casualty figures are horrific. America loses 1 carrier, 1 destroyer, 74 aircraft, and 445 men killed. Japan loses 112 aircraft and 482 men. The battle proves that carrier combat remains devastatingly costly for both sides, that neither nation has achieved tactical dominance, and that the side with larger industrial base will eventually win through attrition alone. But attrition takes time, and time favors whoever holds Guadalcanal when the grinding finally stops. Henderson Field struggles September through November 1942. The Marines defending Henderson Field endure continuous bombardment from Japanese artillery, naval gunfire, and air raids, while simultaneously fighting off infantry attacks aimed at capturing the airstrip. Food is rationed to 2 meals daily, sometimes 1. Malaria hospitalizes 40% of the Marine garrison at various points. Dysentery is universal. Supplies arrive irregularly aboard destroyers and submarines that risk Japanese air attack to reach Guadalcanal. On October 13th through 14th, Japanese battleships Kongo and Haruna bombard Henderson Field. For 90 minutes with 14-inch shells, the most intense bombardment Marines have ever experienced. The battleships fire 923 shells, destroying 48 aircraft on the ground, killing 41 men, cratering the runway so severely that flight operations halt for 24 hours. Yet the Marines persist. They repair runways under fire. They fly aircraft held together with wire and prayer. They dig deeper into the jungle mud and refuse to surrender. Halsey visits Guadalcanal on October 23rd, personally witnessing conditions, meeting with Marine commanders, promising continued Navy support. The Marines don't trust Navy promises after Savo Island. Halsey understands their skepticism and addresses it directly. "I know the Navy failed you in August. It won't happen again. You'll get supplies, reinforcements, and air support, even if I have to personally fly every mission. This island matters. You matter. And we're going to win this campaign together." Battle of Tassafaronga, November 30th through December 1st, 1942, night. Japanese destroyers achieve a stunning tactical victory in night surface combat, demonstrating that Japanese naval forces remain dangerous despite strategic setbacks. 8 Japanese destroyers on a supply run and counter 5 American cruisers and 6 destroyers northwest of Guadalcanal. The Japanese immediately launch torpedoes, then withdraw at high speed. American cruisers, confident from previous night battle successes, close aggressively. Japanese torpedoes, launched from over 10,000 yards, strike 4 cruisers. USS Northampton sinks with 58 men killed. USS Minneapolis, New Orleans, and Pensacola all suffer catastrophic damage, months of repairs required. The Japanese lose 1 destroyer. No American ship damages a Japanese vessel. It's a humiliating defeat that proves American night fighting capabilities remain inferior to Japanese despite months of experience. Halsey is furious at the tactical failure, but recognizes the strategic irrelevance. Japan won the battle, but it doesn't matter. They're losing the campaign. Their supply runs are becoming more difficult. Their loss is mounting. Their ability to reinforce Guadalcanal deteriorating. Its tactical victories without strategic purpose are meaningless. Japan is learning that lesson the hard way. Japanese strategic reassessment, December 1942. Japanese Imperial Headquarters conducts emergency strategic review, analyzing whether Guadalcanal can be held, and whether attempting to hold it is worth the cost. The data is unambiguous and catastrophic. Since August, Japan has lost 24 warships in Guadalcanal operations, including 2 battleships, 8 cruisers, and 14 destroyers. Aircraft losses exceed 3,000. Irreplaceable because trained pilots are being killed faster than training programs can produce replacements. Troop losses exceed 31,000 killed or missing, entire divisions destroyed. And resources that could support offensive operations elsewhere in the Pacific are being consumed in futile attempts to recapture one worthless island. Admiral Yamamoto, who designed the Midway operation and witnessed its failure, now advocates abandoning Guadalcanal. His strategic assessment is brutal but honest. We cannot sustain current losses. American industrial capacity is producing ships and aircraft faster than we can destroy them. Our pilot training system cannot replace losses quickly enough. Guadalcanal has become a trap, consuming resources without achieving strategic objectives. We must withdraw, consolidate defensive positions, and prepare for the inevitable American advance. The decision is made on December the 31st, 1942. Japan will evacuate Guadalcanal. The Tokyo Express will make one final series of runs, this time extracting troops rather than delivering them. The campaign that began in August will end in February with complete Japanese withdrawal. American casualty accounting, January 1943. Halsey reviews casualty reports from 6 months of Guadalcanal operations, confronting the human cost of his aggressive strategy. American losses total 7,100 killed or missing, 24,000 wounded, most of the casualties Marines fighting on the island, but significant Navy losses as well. Ship losses include 2 fleet carriers, Wasp and Hornet, 1 light carrier, 8 cruisers, and 14 destroyers. Aircraft losses exceed 615 planes. These numbers are staggering, representing perhaps 15% of America's total Pacific force committed to a single small island. All but Japanese losses are worse. 31,000 plus killed, most dying from disease, starvation, and artillery rather than infantry combat. Naval losses include 2 battleships, 1 fleet carrier, 4 cruisers, and 11 destroyers. Aircraft losses exceed 3,500, and critically, those losses included irreplaceable veteran pilots. The exchange rate favors America. Every engagement where both sides suffer similar casualties helps America, because American industry replaces losses while Japanese industry falls behind. But the exchange rate doesn't comfort families receiving telegrams about dead sons and husbands. Halsey writes personal letters to dozens of families, explaining that their loved ones died achieving essential objectives. He believes this. He also knows the words provide little comfort. If nothing compensates for death. Final Japanese withdrawal, Operation K, February 1st through 7th, 1943. Japan executes a brilliantly successful evacuation, extracting 11,000 troops from Guadalcanal under American noses without significant losses. Fast destroyers make 3 high-speed runs on February 1st, 4th, and 7th, embarking troops from northwestern beaches while American forces pursue withdrawing Japanese units in the jungle. American intelligence recognizes something is happening, but misinterprets it as reinforcement rather than evacuation. Navy aircraft and PT boats attack the destroyer runs, but fail to sink major ships. By February 9th, when American forces finally secure all of Guadalcanal and realize what happened, the Japanese evacuation is complete. Halsey is frustrated but also grudgingly impressed. Japan achieved tactical success in the campaign's final operation, extracting a significant force that could have been destroyed or captured. But tactical success doesn't change strategic defeat. Japan abandoned Guadalcanal. They conceded the Solomons. They surrendered the initiative. The 6-month campaign that cost both sides so heavily has ended in complete American victory. Henderson Field remains in American hands. The Tokyo Express has made its final run, and the road to Rabaul, the great Japanese fortress, is now open for American advance. Reflecting on the pivot, Guadalcanal was the Pacific War's true turning point, more significant in some ways than Midway. Midway was a single battle, dramatic and decisive on the day, but not conclusive in itself. Guadalcanal was 6 months of sustained combat, testing which nation could endure attrition longer, which military could adapt faster, which society would commit necessary resources to prevail. America passed that test. Japan failed. The campaign revealed that American advantages in industrial production, technological innovation, and tactical adaptation would eventually overwhelm Japanese advantages in experience and initial position. But the campaign also revealed something Halsey understood intimately. Winning wars of attrition requires willingness to pay terrible prices, accept horrific casualties, and continue attacking when every instinct suggests pausing to rebuild. Guadalcanal cost 7,000 American lives, but losing Guadalcanal would have cost the entire South Pacific and possibly prolonged the war by years. The arithmetic was brutal, but undeniable. Sometimes aggressive warfare, despite its costs, was the only path to acceptable conclusion. Halsey believed this before Guadalcanal. The campaign proved him right, at a price he would carry for the rest of his life. Tokyo, Japan, December 31st, 1942. Japanese Naval General Staff convenes emergency session to assess the strategic situation following 6 months of catastrophic losses at Guadalcanal. The assembled admirals and generals face facts they have avoided acknowledging for months. Japan has lost the strategic initiative. The defensive perimeter that seemed secure in July is now threatened throughout the Solomons. Worse, the losses incurred defending Guadalcanal have crippled Japanese ability to mount offensive operations elsewhere. Admiral Yamamoto presents casualty figures and equipment losses with clinical precision. 2 battleships, 4 carriers, 8 cruisers, 14 destroyers, 3,500 aircraft, 31,000 troops, and critically, thousands of irreplaceable veteran pilots and sailors. These losses occurred over 6 months, while American industrial production accelerated. America commissioned 2 new Essex-class carriers in December alone. Pilot training programs are graduating thousands of new aviators. Ship construction is running at unprecedented rates. The mathematical conclusion is inescapable. Japan cannot win a war of attrition. The only question is whether to negotiate peace from current positions or continue fighting while retreat remains possible. Emperor Hirohito is not present at this meeting, but his will is understood. Japan will not seek peace. The war will continue until ultimate victory or complete defeat. The admirals accept this directive and begin planning withdrawal from Guadalcanal, consolidation of defensive positions, and preparation for inevitable American advance. Operation Key, Japanese evacuation. February 1st through 7th, 1943. Japan executes its withdrawal from Guadalcanal with the same tactical competence that characterized earlier operations, extracting 11,000 troops without major losses. But the success of the evacuation cannot obscure the strategic disaster. Japan has conceded Guadalcanal after 6 months of brutal combat, abandoned the Solomons to American advance, and demonstrated that even successful tactical operations cannot compensate for strategic overreach. American forces initially misinterpret the evacuation as reinforcement, sending aircraft to attack Japanese destroyer runs, but failing to prevent the operation's success. When Marine patrols finally encounter abandoned Japanese positions and realize what occurred, the reaction is mixed. Some officers view the successful evacuation as tactical failure, allowing thousands of Japanese troops to escape rather than being destroyed or captured. Halsey views it differently. The evacuation proves Japan recognizes they have lost this campaign. They're retreating, consolidating, preparing to defend rather than attack. That shift from offense to defense is the strategic victory America needs. Guadalcanal's value was never in the island itself, but in forcing Japan to commit resources to an unwinnable position. Mission accomplished. May American production surge, 1943. The strategic calculations that drove Japanese withdrawal from Guadalcanal become overwhelming as American industrial production reaches wartime peak. Essex-class carriers are commissioning at roughly 1 per month. These are massive ships, 27,000 tons displacement, capable of operating 100 aircraft, faster and more capable than earlier American carriers. By the end of 1943, America will have 8 Essex-class carriers operational, compared to Japan's remaining 4 operational carriers total. Aircraft production tells similar story. American factories are producing 34,000 military aircraft in 1943, including fighters, bombers, and reconnaissance planes. Japanese factories produce 16,000 aircraft the same year, and operating under resource constraints and without access to critical materials like high-octane aviation fuel and specialized electronics. The production differential extends to every category. American shipyards are launching 1 Liberty ship cargo vessel every 2 days, replacing merchant shipping losses faster than submarines can sink them. Training programs are graduating thousands of new pilots annually, creating rotation systems where pilots serve combat tours, then return to train new pilots. Japan's training system, by contrast, keeps experienced pilots in combat continuously until they're killed, never building the experienced instructor cadre necessary for sustained pilot production. Conversation between Halsey and Admiral John S. McCain, Jr., February 1943. Halsey meets with newly arrived Admiral John Sidney McCain, commander of Naval Aviation forces in the South Pacific, to assess strategic opportunities following Guadalcanal's conclusion. McCain is 58 years old, a Naval Academy graduate from 1906, 1 year behind Halsey. He's small, wiry, intensely energetic, and completely committed to aggressive aviation operations. The two admirals are similar in temperament, both favoring aggressive action over cautious planning, both willing to accept casualties if operations achieve strategic objectives. Their conversation ranges across multiple topics. How quickly can Henderson Field be expanded to support heavier bomber operations? Can B-24 heavy bombers reach Rabaul from Guadalcanal-based airfields? What about bypassing heavily defended Japanese positions and striking isolated garrisons instead? McCain argues for accelerating the operational tempo, hitting Japanese positions before they can consolidate defenses, maintaining initiative through continuous pressure. Halsey agrees enthusiastically. The conversation produces outline for what will become Operation Cartwheel, the systematic advance through the Solomons and New Guinea toward Rabaul. Details require coordination with General Douglas MacArthur, whose Southwest Pacific Command shares responsibility for operations in the region. But the strategic concept is clear: multiple simultaneous operations, bypass strong positions, strike where Japanese forces are weak, maintain pressure continuously, never allow Japan time to rebuild or reinforce. Planning Operation Cartwheel. At March 1943, joint planning sessions between Navy and Army commanders produce operational concept for advancing toward Rabaul through coordinated amphibious assaults in the Solomons and New Guinea. The plan is ambitious, calling for 5 major landings and 12 secondary operations across 6 months. Participating forces include 3 carriers, 4 light carriers, 14 cruisers, 50 destroyers, 400 aircraft, and transport capacity for multiple division-size amphibious assaults. The scope is unprecedented for American forces, requiring coordination across services, logistical support across thousands of miles, and sustained operations without pause for rest or rebuilding. Halsey advocates for aggressive timelines, arguing that speed matters more than perfect preparation. MacArthur agrees, recognizing that Japanese forces are weakened and disorganized following Guadalcanal defeat. Critics argue the plan is too ambitious, risks overextension, demands resources that don't yet exist. Halsey's response is characteristically blunt. We have enough resources to start. More resources are arriving monthly. If we wait for perfect conditions, we'll wait forever while Japan rebuilds their defenses. Better to attack now with what we have than delay and face stronger opposition later. The Joint Chiefs approved the plan in April. Operation Cartwheel will begin in June 1943. The grinding advance toward Rabaul has begun. Japanese defensive strategy, 1943. Japan's strategic response to Guadalcanal defeat and accelerating American pressure is consolidating defensive positions at Rabaul and throughout the Solomon Islands chain. Imperial headquarters directs forces to hold existing positions, defend against American amphibious assaults, and inflict maximum casualties on advancing American forces. The strategy is defensive attrition, betting that American casualties will erode public support for continuing the war. Japanese commanders understand they cannot win decisive victories with available forces, but they believe they can make American advance so costly that negotiated peace becomes politically necessary. This strategy has several critical flaws. First, it surrenders initiative to American forces, allowing America to choose when and where to attack. Second, it assumes American public opinion will respond to casualties the way Japanese public opinion would, an assumption that proves completely wrong. Third, it relies on Japanese ability to inflict disproportionate casualties on attacking forces, but American tactical advantages in air power, naval gunfire support, and logistics mean American forces can assault prepared positions and still achieve favorable casualty ratios. Japan's defensive strategy is fundamentally flawed, but it's the only strategy available given resource constraints and America's growing material superiority. Pilot replacement systems, American versus Japanese. The mathematical reality that will determine the Pacific War's outcome is becoming visible in early 1943 through comparison of pilot training and replacement systems. Old American pilots serve combat tours of approximately 50 missions, then rotate back to training commands where they become instructors, passing combat experience to new pilot classes. This creates exponential improvement in pilot quality over time. New pilots benefit from training by combat veterans. Tactics that work are disseminated throughout the force. Mistakes that prove fatal are taught as cautionary examples. Japanese pilots, by contrast, remain in combat until killed or disabled. Japan's most experienced pilots, the veterans who attacked Pearl Harbor and fought at Coral Sea and Midway, are still flying combat missions in early 1943. They're superbly skilled, but they're being killed gradually. When they die, their experience dies with them. New Japanese pilots receive adequate technical training, but minimal combat instruction. They face American pilots who've been trained by veterans with dozens of combat missions. The result is predictable. Japanese pilot quality declines throughout 1943, while American pilot quality improves. By mid-1943, average American pilot survival rates are double Japanese rates. By late 1943, the disparity is even larger. Halsey's operational tempo philosophy. The 6 months following Guadalcanal's conclusion establish operational patterns that define Halsey's approach to Pacific warfare. First, maintain continuous pressure on Japanese positions. Don't pause to consolidate or perfect. Attack, advance, attack again. Second, bypass heavily defended positions when possible. Isolated Japanese garrisons can be neutralized through air power and naval blockade without costly amphibious assault. Third, accept equipment losses as necessary, cost of aggressive operations. Ships will be damaged. Aircraft will be lost. That's acceptable if operations achieve strategic objectives. Fourth, trust subordinate commanders to execute aggressively without detailed micromanagement. Halsey gives mission-type orders, defining objectives and leaving execution to commanders on scene. This creates faster decision-making and better tactical adaptation. Fifth, ruthlessly prioritize logistics. Ammunition, fuel, and food matter more than perfect plans. Halsey's staff becomes expert at scrounging supplies, improvising solutions, and keeping forces operational despite supply chain problems. These principles aren't revolutionary. They're fundamental military competence, but they require constant reinforcement because institutional conservatism always favors caution over aggression, perfect preparation over good enough execution. Strategic assessment, April 1943. Nimitz convenes planning conference in Pearl Harbor, bringing together Pacific Theater commanders to assess strategic situation and plan operations for remainder of 1943 and into 1944. Halsey attends alongside MacArthur, Spruance, and other senior commanders. The strategic debate centers on fundamental question. Should American forces advance directly toward Japan through the Central Pacific, capturing islands and establishing bases for eventual invasion? Or should forces advance through the South Pacific and Southwest Pacific, isolating Rabaul and securing Australia before turning north? Both approaches have merit. Central Pacific route is shorter, more direct, but requires assaulting heavily defended islands. South Pacific route is longer, but allows bypassing strong positions. Halsey argues for continuing South Pacific operations, maintaining pressure on Rabaul, preventing Japanese forces from consolidating defensive positions. Others argue for shifting resources to Central Pacific thrust, leaving Rabaul isolated and neutralized without direct assault. The debate is strategic, tactical, and intensely political. MacArthur wants Southwest Pacific resources. Nimitz wants Central Pacific priority. Halsey wants aggressive operations wherever they hurt Japan most. Eventually, compromise emerges. Both thrusts will proceed simultaneously, and resources will support operations in Solomons and Central Pacific. The war will be fought on multiple fronts, stretching Japanese defensive capacity, exploiting American material superiority, reflecting on momentum shift. The months from January through April 1943 represent the Pacific War's strategic inflection point, the moment when American victory becomes mathematically inevitable. Even though 2 more years of combat remain, Japanese forces are retreating, conserving strength, preparing defenses. American forces are advancing, gathering momentum, preparing offensives. The balance has shifted permanently, but Halsey understands something others might miss. Inevitable victory and actual victory are different concepts. Inevitable victory exists in spreadsheets and production forecasts. Actual victory requires fighting through jungles, storming beaches, losing ships, burying friends. The gap between inevitable and actual is measured in casualties, and those casualties matter regardless of strategic certainty. The tide has turned. American victory is certain given current trajectories. But certainty doesn't mean easily achieved. Japan will fight desperately, skillfully, sometimes successfully. American forces must maintain operational excellence, tactical adaptation, and strategic focus through months of additional combat. The grinding continues. The momentum favors America. But momentum alone doesn't win wars. Execution wins wars. And execution means more Guadalcanals, more Savo Islands, more Henderson Fields. Different islands, different battles, but the same terrible costs. The tide has turned. Now, America must ride that tide all the way to Tokyo. Pearl Harbor, Strategic Planning Conference, March 28, 1943. Admiral Halsey sits across the table from General Douglas MacArthur, the first face-to-face meeting between two of America's most aggressive Pacific commanders. The room is tense with competing egos and service rivalries. MacArthur commands Southwest Pacific area, responsible for New Guinea and the Western Solomons. Halsey commands South Pacific area, responsible for the Eastern Solomons and naval operations throughout the region. Their commands overlap geographically and strategically, which means coordination is essential and friction inevitable. MacArthur opens by presenting his vision for Pacific strategy, a thrust through New Guinea toward the Philippines. It's his personal objective and professional obsession. Halsey listens politely, then presents the naval perspective. Control of surrounding waters matters more than control of individual islands. Naval aviation can isolate Japanese positions without costly ground campaigns. Rabaul must be neutralized, either captured or bypassed, before any advance toward the Philippines becomes feasible. The two commanders are superficially cooperative, but fundamentally skeptical of each other. MacArthur views Halsey as a Navy man who doesn't understand ground warfare. Halsey views MacArthur as an Army officer who doesn't understand maritime strategy. Yet they reach agreement on Operation Cartwheel's framework. Simultaneous advances through Solomons and New Guinea. Halsey's forces will strike up the Solomons chain. MacArthur's forces will advance along New Guinea's northern coast. Both operations will converge on Rabaul, the great Japanese fortress that anchors their entire South Pacific defense. Timeline is aggressive. Operations begin June 1943. Major objectives should be achieved by December. It's optimistic to the point of fantasy. Military planners estimate 18 months minimum for operations Halsey and MacArthur promise to complete in 6. New Georgia invasion, June 30th, 1943. American forces launch Operation Cartwheel's first major amphibious assault, targeting New Georgia Island in the Central Solomons. The objective is Munda Point Airfield, a Japanese base supporting air operations throughout the region. 30,000 American troops land on New Georgia and adjacent islands, facing 14,000 Japanese defenders in prepared positions. The landings are opposed from the start. Japanese artillery and mortar fire hitting beaches as Marines and Army infantry wade ashore. Initial progress is slow, grinding through jungle terrain, attacking fortified positions, suffering casualties from snipers and ambushes. The campaign becomes a preview of every subsequent Pacific Island battle. Attackers have overwhelming firepower advantages. Defenders have prepared positions and willingness to fight to death. Progress is measured in yards per day. Casualties mount steadily. Naval forces provide gunfire support, pounding Japanese positions with 5-inch and 8-inch shells, sometimes so close to American lines that friendly fire becomes concern. Aircraft from Henderson Field and newly operational airfields strike Japanese supply lines, preventing reinforcement. But taking Munda Airfield requires 5 weeks of brutal combat. American casualties exceed 1,100 killed, 4,000 wounded. Japanese casualties exceed 5,000 killed, fewer than 1,000 captured. The casualty ratios favor America, but not overwhelmingly. If every island requires similar effort, the advance toward Rabaul will take years, not months. Battle of Kula Gulf, July 6, 1943. Night. American and Japanese destroyers clash northwest of New Georgia in another violent night engagement, demonstrating continued Japanese excellence in surface combat despite strategic disadvantage. The 10 American destroyers intercept Tokyo Express reinforcement run, carrying 2,400 Japanese troops. The battle opens at midnight, with both forces detecting each other simultaneously. American destroyers fire first, sinking Japanese destroyer Niyazuki within minutes. But Japanese destroyers launch torpedoes immediately, and their Type 93 Long Lance torpedoes prove devastating. American cruiser USS Helena is struck by 3 torpedoes and sinks in less than 20 minutes, 168 men killed. The remaining American destroyers sink one more Japanese destroyer but fail to stop the troop convoy, which successfully lands reinforcements on New Georgia. It's another frustrating tactical draw where both sides claim victory and neither achieves decisive results. But Halsey reviews the battle reports with grim satisfaction. Yes, America lost a cruiser. Yes, the Japanese successfully landed troops. But the strategic calculation favors America. Japan is committing irreplaceable destroyers to supply runs that deliver diminishing returns. Every destroyer sunk, every transport lost, brings Japanese defensive capacity closer to collapse. America can replace ships faster than Japan can sink them. Time and attrition favor the side with larger industrial base. Air battles over the Solomons, June through August 1943. The skies above the Solomons become testing ground for evolving American air tactics and superior aircraft production. Japanese aircraft from Rabaul conduct daily raids on Henderson Field, Munda, and other American positions. And American fighters intercept using tactics developed through months of combat experience. American losses are heavy, approximately 700 aircraft destroyed between June and August. But Japanese losses are catastrophic, over 2,100 aircraft destroyed during the same period. The exchange rate is 3-to-1 in America's favor, unsustainable for Japan. More critically, Japanese pilot losses are irreplaceable. When an American pilot is shot down over American-held territory, he often survives to fly again. When a Japanese pilot is shot down over American territory, he's killed or captured. Japanese air groups that began June with full rosters of experienced pilots end August with barely 50% strength, staffed increasingly by novices with minimal training. American air groups, by contrast, maintain strength through continuous replacement of both aircraft and pilots. The mathematical conclusion is inescapable. Japan is losing the air war of attrition. Battle of Vella La Vella, August 15, 1943. American forces execute the first major island bypass operation, landing on Vella La Vella Island while bypassing heavily defended Kolombangara Island immediately to the south. Kolombangara holds 10,000 Japanese troops in fortified positions. Assaulting directly would cost thousands of casualties and weeks of combat. Instead, American forces simply land on the next island up the chain, establishing an airfield and naval base that renders Kolombangara irrelevant. Japanese forces on Kolombangara are now isolated, unable to affect American operations, slowly starving as supply runs become impossible. The bypass strategy proves brilliantly effective. American casualties on Vella La Vella are light, fewer than 200 killed. The island is secured in weeks rather than months, and 10,000 Japanese troops are neutralized without direct combat. Halsey watches this operation with deep satisfaction. This is exactly the kind of warfare he's been advocating. Strike where the enemy is weak, isolate strong positions, let geography and logistics do the fighting. MacArthur is simultaneously executing similar bypasses in New Guinea, leapfrogging along the coast, leaving Japanese garrisons isolated and useless. The strategy is proving itself through results. Munda Airfield captured, August 5, 1943. American forces finally secure Munda Point Airfield after 5 weeks of grinding combat, transforming the strategic situation throughout the Central Solomons. Engineers immediately begin expanding the captured runway, repairing bomb damage, preparing the field for American aircraft operations. Within 10 days, fighters and bombers are operating from Munda, extending American air coverage another 200 miles toward Rabaul. The capture cost 1,100 American lives and 5,000 Japanese lives, a terrible price but strategically justified. Control of Munda means control of surrounding waters. Japanese naval forces can no longer operate freely in the Central Solomons. Their supply runs face continuous air attack. Their ability to reinforce garrisons throughout the region collapses. The advance toward Rabaul, which seemed impossibly distant in January, is now halfway complete. From Munda, American aircraft can strike Rabaul itself, although at extreme range. The great Japanese fortress is no longer invulnerable. It's threatened, besieged, slowly being isolated from support. The campaign's strategic objective, neutralizing Rabaul, is becoming achievable. Logistics and supply operations, continuous. The unglamorous foundation of Operation Cartwheel's success is relentless logistical effort, moving supplies forward faster than operations consume them. Halsey's logistics staff coordinates hundreds of cargo ships, tankers, and transports, shuttling between rear bases in New Caledonia and Australia to forward positions in the Solomons. The quantities are staggering. 15,000 troops require 7,000 tons of supplies weekly: food, ammunition, fuel, medical supplies, spare parts, everything necessary to sustain combat operations. Ships must transit 2,000 nautical miles through waters threatened by Japanese submarines and aircraft. Ports are primitive, often just beaches where landing craft ferry supplies ashore. Storage is improvised, supplies stacked under canvas tarps or in jungle clearings. Waste and loss are inevitable. Ships are sunk. Supplies get soaked. Equipment breaks down in tropical heat and humidity. Yet somehow the logistics system functions. Troops get fed. Aircraft get fuel. Artillery gets ammunition. Halsey's genius is recognizing that maintaining this unglamorous supply effort matters more than brilliant tactical maneuvers. Armies advance on logistics, not tactics. Control logistics, and you control campaigns. Regimental landing team operations, continuous through 1943. American amphibious doctrine evolves through repeated operations, developing regimental landing teams as standard assault formation. These are combined arms forces, infantry regiment plus attached artillery, engineers, tanks, naval gunfire support, and close air support. RLTs practice amphibious assaults repeatedly, refining procedures, standardizing techniques, learning through experience what works and what fails. Early operations are chaotic, equipment lost, coordination breaking down, units landing on wrong beaches. By mid-1943, American amphibious operations are becoming routine. Landing craft approach beaches in organized waves. Naval gunfire prepares landing zones. Aircraft provide close support. Artillery lands early and begins firing within hours. Casualties decline as procedures improve. Japanese defenders inflict fewer losses as American combined arms coordination improves. The learning curve is steep and paid for in casualties, but the results are undeniable. American forces are developing amphibious warfare expertise that will prove essential for the remainder of the war. Each operation, regardless of outcome, teaches lessons applied to subsequent operations. The Pacific War is becoming a laboratory for amphibious doctrine that will influence military operations for decades. Theater Operations Area, September 1943. By September, American forces have advanced 300 miles up the Solomons chain from Guadalcanal, captured 4 major airfields, landed forces on 8 islands, and neutralized dozens of Japanese garrisons through bypass and isolation. Though the operational area under Halsey's command now spans 250,000 square miles, requiring coordination of 3 carriers, 4 light carriers, 14 cruisers, 50 destroyers, and 400 aircraft operating from land bases and carriers. Managing this dispersed force requires sophisticated command and control, radio communications, intelligence networks, and staff planning far beyond anything Halsey commanded at Guadalcanal. His headquarters staff has grown to hundreds of officers, specialists handling everything from aircraft maintenance to code breaking to war bond publicity. Halsey personally focuses on strategic decisions and commander selection, trusting his staff to handle operational details. It's the only way to manage theater-level command. No single person can track everything. Success requires delegation, trusting subordinates, accepting that some operations will fail or underperform. Halsey's management style is hands-off until problems emerge. then intensely hands-on to correct failures. Reflecting on acceleration. Operation Cartwheel's compressed timeline, accomplishing in 9 months what planners estimated would require 18. It demonstrates something fundamental about Halsey's command philosophy. Aggressive operations create their own advantages. Each successful landing forces Japanese forces to spread thinner, defending remaining positions. Each captured airfield extends American air coverage, making subsequent operations easier. Each bypass demoralizes Japanese defenders, who watch garrisons to their south get isolated and forgotten. The acceleration creates momentum that becomes self-reinforcing. All Japanese commanders must react to American initiatives rather than executing their own plans. Resources get committed to emergency defense rather than prepared positions. Morale declines as retreat becomes routine. Halsey understands this psychological dimension of warfare. Wars are fought by human beings whose morale and determination matter as much as equipment and supplies. Aggressive operations that maintain constant pressure break enemy morale faster than cautious operations that allow recovery time. The costs are heavy. American casualties for Operation Cartwheel exceed 4,000 killed, 15,000 wounded, but the strategic results justify those costs. Rabaul is now isolated, besieged, increasingly irrelevant. The road to the Philippines is opening. And American forces are developing combat expertise that will prove invaluable in future campaigns. The acceleration continues, the grinding continues, but now America is grinding forward rather than merely holding position. That makes all the difference. Rabaul, New Britain Island. Summer 1943. The greatest Japanese fortress in the South Pacific sprawls across Simpson Harbor, a natural anchorage capable of holding hundreds of ships, surrounded by 5 operational airfields, defended by 100,000 troops, protected by extensive fortifications built over 18 months of preparation. Rabaul is Japan's nerve center for operations throughout the Solomons, New Guinea, and the Bismarck Archipelago. From here, Japanese forces coordinate supply runs, launch bombing raids, repair damaged ships, and plan defensive operations. The fortress is formidable by any measure. Underground bunkers protect headquarters and supply depots from air attack. Anti-aircraft batteries ring the harbor and airfields. Artillery positions cover every approach. Shore defenses include beach obstacles, mines, and interlocking fields of fire. American intelligence estimates that capturing Rabaul would require 5 divisions, approximately 75,000 troops, supported by extensive naval and air bombardment. Estimated casualties are 20,000 American killed and wounded, possibly higher if Japanese defenders fight to the last man, as they've done elsewhere. The battle would consume 3 to 4 months, divert resources from other operations, and achieve uncertain strategic value. By summer 1943, and senior commanders are questioning whether capturing Rabaul is necessary at all. Halsey's initial planning, summer 1943. Halsey spends July and August developing assault plans for Rabaul, working with Marine and Army commanders to design the amphibious operation. The planning is detailed and sobering. 5 divisions must land simultaneously on multiple beaches, achieving rapid penetration before Japanese forces can concentrate against any single landing force. Naval gunfire support requires assignment of battleships, cruisers, and destroyers on permanent fire support missions. Air support demands hundreds of aircraft conducting continuous strikes against Japanese positions. Supply requirements are staggering. Thousands of tons daily delivered across hundreds of miles of ocean. Even with perfect execution, casualties will be catastrophic. The assault beaches are narrow, surrounded by cliffs and jungle, offering limited room for maneuver. Japanese defenders hold elevated positions with clear fields of fire. Artillery will dominate the beaches until American forces can fight inland and destroy gun positions. Halsey reviews these plans repeatedly, searching for alternatives, finding none. If Rabaul must be captured, this is how it must be done. The question increasingly becomes whether it must be captured at all. Meeting with Admiral Nimitz, November 1943, Pearl Harbor. Halsey presents his analysis of the Rabaul problem to the Pacific Fleet commander, recommending against direct assault. His arguments are strategic, tactical, and humanitarian, Strategically capturing Rabaul achieves nothing that isolation doesn't accomplish. The fortress's value is supporting Japanese operations throughout the region. If those operations are eliminated through American advances elsewhere, Rabaul becomes irrelevant. Tactically, assaulting prepared defenses against determined defenders is the most costly form of warfare. American advantages in air power, naval firepower, and logistics are minimized when attacking fortified positions. Better to exploit mobility advantages, bypass strong points, isolate rather than assault. Humanitarily, 20,000 casualties are 20,000 telegrams to American families. 20,000 graves, 20,000 futures ended. If those casualties can be avoided through alternative strategy, the moral obligation is to avoid them. Nimitz listens carefully, asks probing questions about whether isolation can truly neutralize Rabaul, whether bypassed Japanese forces might threaten American supply lines. Halsey's responses are confident. Air power can suppress Rabaul indefinitely. Naval blockade can prevent reinforcement or evacuation. The garrison will be isolated, immobilized, irrelevant. Nimitz makes no immediate decision, but Halsey sees his arguments are landing. Conference with General MacArthur, December 1st, 1943, Brisbane. Halsey flies to Australia to coordinate strategy with MacArthur, whose Southwest Pacific forces are advancing along New Guinea's coast, approaching positions from which Rabaul could be attacked or bypassed. The two commanders have developed grudging respect despite service rivalry and personality clashes. MacArthur is theatrical, imperious, brilliant, and obsessed with returning to the Philippines. Halsey is blunt, aggressive, competent, and obsessed with defeating Japan efficiently. Their conversation focuses on practical questions. Can Rabaul be effectively isolated? What does isolation require? Can isolated garrisons threaten American operations? MacArthur's staff has conducted detailed analysis, reaching conclusions similar to Halsey's. Rabaul can be neutralized without assault. Air superiority has been achieved. Naval superiority is overwhelming. Japanese forces cannot reinforce or evacuate significant troop numbers. The garrison will consume its supplies, then starve. MacArthur supports bypass strategy, but wants assurance that bypassed forces won't threaten his Philippines operations. Halsey provides that assurance. American air and naval forces will maintain pressure on Rabaul continuously. The garrison will be contained, suppressed, ignored. It will surrender when the war ends, not before, but it won't affect American operations. Halsey's written recommendation, December 8, 1943. Halsey submits formal recommendation to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, arguing for bypass rather than assault of Rabaul. The document is detailed, methodical, uncharacteristically cautious for Halsey. He acknowledges the appeal of capturing such a significant Japanese fortress, the symbolic value of taking Japan's South Pacific stronghold. But he systematically dismantles arguments for assault. First, strategic necessity. Rabaul's value derives from supporting Japanese operations. American advances have eliminated most positions Rabaul could support. The fortress is becoming strategically isolated regardless of whether it's physically captured. Second, cost-benefit analysis. Capturing Rabaul costs 20,000 casualties and 3 months minimum. Bypassing costs minimal casualties and 0 time. The resources saved can support operations that matter more strategically. Third, alternative uses of resources. The 5 divisions required for Rabaul assault could instead support Central Pacific operations, MacArthur's Philippines campaign, or invasions of Japanese home islands. Better to use them where they achieve strategic objectives rather than tactical symbolism. The recommendation concludes with characteristic Halsey directness. We should bypass Rabaul, isolate it with air power, maintain naval blockade, let the garrison rot, and use our forces where they matter. The Joint Chiefs approve on December 16, 1943. Rabaul will be bypassed. Air campaign intensification, it's December 1943 through March 1944. American air forces launched sustained bombing campaign against Rabaul, demonstrating that air power alone can neutralize fortified positions without ground assault. Over 4 months, American aircraft fly 1,200-plus sorties against Rabaul, dropping thousands of tons of bombs on airfields, harbor facilities, and supply depots. The raids are methodical and relentless. Airfields are cratered repeatedly, preventing Japanese aircraft operations. Harbor facilities are destroyed, preventing ship repair and resupply. Supply depots are burned, forcing the garrison to rely on stockpiled resources. Japanese air defenses initially shoot down significant numbers of American aircraft, but attrition favors America. Losses are replaced within days. Japanese losses are permanent. By March 1944, Rabaul's air defenses are crippled. Japanese aircraft rarely sortie. Anti-aircraft fire is sporadic. The once formidable fortress is now a prison for 100,000 troops with no strategic value and no hope of relief. American forces have achieved through air power what ground assault would have cost 20,000 casualties. The bypass strategy is vindicated completely. Japanese garrison isolation, 1944 through 1945. The 100,000 Japanese troops at Rabaul spend the war's final 18 months isolated, increasingly desperate, slowly starving. American naval blockade prevents supply ships from reaching the harbor. Air superiority prevents aerial resupply. The garrison consumes its stockpiled food, then begins rationing, then begins starving. Disease spreads through overcrowded positions. Medical supplies run out. Morale collapses as troops realize they're abandoned, forgotten, irrelevant to the war's outcome. Some officers advocate suicide attacks against nearby American positions, preferring death in combat to slow starvation. Senior commanders refuse, recognizing that suicide attacks would accomplish nothing except accelerating the garrison's destruction. Instead, they maintain discipline, enforce rationing, and wait for war's end. When Japan surrenders in August 1945, Rabaul's garrison is still intact, still armed, still theoretically capable of fighting. But it's also starving, diseased, demoralized. The garrison surrenders peacefully, and survivors are repatriated to Japan. Over 50,000 Japanese troops died at Rabaul between 1943 and 1945, most from disease and starvation rather than combat. American casualties from bypassing Rabaul are negligible, perhaps a few hundred from air raids and naval actions. Strategic analysis of the decision. The Rabaul bypass represents Halsey's strategic maturation, demonstrating that aggressive leadership doesn't require invariably aggressive tactics. The decision to bypass rather than assault appears cautious, even conservative, seemingly contradicting Halsey's aggressive reputation. But it's actually the most aggressive possible choice. Assaulting Rabaul would have diverted American forces to secondary objective, delayed subsequent operations, and cost 20,000 casualties. And bypassing Rabaul allowed those forces to support Central Pacific operations, accelerated the advance toward Japan, and achieved Rabaul's neutralization at minimal cost. The aggressive choice was the one that hurt Japan most, not the one that appeared most aggressive superficially. This distinction is subtle but fundamental. Aggressive warfare means constantly attacking the enemy's weaknesses, forcing them to react, maintaining initiative. It doesn't mean attacking everywhere regardless of cost or strategic value. Halsey learned this lesson through hard experience. His instinct was to assault Rabaul, capture the fortress, earn the glory of taking Japan's South Pacific stronghold. But experience taught him that glory is irrelevant and casualties are permanent. The right decision was the one that advanced American strategic objectives most efficiently, regardless of whether it satisfied aggressive instincts. Calculating lives saved. Halsey would later reflect that the Rabaul bypass decision saved approximately 20,000 American lives, possibly more if the assault had encountered fierce resistance. 20,000 men who didn't die in assault landings, didn't drown when landing craft were hit, didn't burn when tanks exploded, didn't suffer in field hospitals from wounds that killed them days later. 20,000 telegrams that weren't sent to families. 20,000 graves that weren't dug. 20,000 futures that continued. The calculation is speculative because the assault never occurred, but the estimates are based on similar operations. Tarawa cost 3,200 casualties to capture a much smaller island. Peleliu cost 10,000 casualties against 15,000 defenders. Rabaul held 100,000 defenders in far more extensive fortifications. 20,000 casualties was optimistic estimate. Actual casualties might have been higher. These calculations mattered deeply to Halsey, more deeply than most realized. He'd spent months ordering operations that killed men under his command. The weight of those decisions was crushing. Finding an alternative that achieved strategic objectives without additional casualties felt like partial redemption. The men who didn't die at Rabaul never knew they'd been saved, but Halsey knew, and it mattered. Reflecting on restraint. The paradox of Halsey's Rabaul decision is that his most aggressive period of command, Operation Cartwheel's accelerated offensive, culminated in restraint. He'd pushed forces hard for 9 months, compressing 18 months of operations into compressed timeline, accepting heavy casualties to maintain momentum. Then, at the climax, when capturing the ultimate objective seemed inevitable, he recommended bypass instead. This wasn't inconsistency. It was strategic coherence. The entire Cartwheel operation aimed at neutralizing Rabaul. Neutralization could be achieved through capture or isolation. Isolation achieved the objective at lower cost. Therefore, isolation was correct choice. The decision required overriding instincts for climactic conclusion, accepting that anticlimactic bypass was strategically superior to dramatic assault. It required humility to accept that aggressive reputation mattered less than American lives saved. Most importantly, it required intellectual flexibility to recognize when circumstances demanded restraint from a commander known for aggression. The Rabaul bypass was Halsey's finest strategic decision, precisely because it contradicted his reputation while serving his principles. Aggressive warfare in pursuit of American victory, yes, but aggressive warfare intelligently applied, recognizing that sometimes restraint is the ultimate form of aggression. USS New Jersey, Pearl Harbor, August 21, 1944. Admiral William Halsey walks the quarterdeck of his new flagship, the battleship USS New Jersey, newest and most powerful warship in the United States Navy. The New Jersey is 57,000 tons fully loaded, 887 feet long, mounting 9 16-inch guns capable of throwing 2,700-pound shells 23 nautical miles. She's the embodiment of battleship design perfection, fast enough to keep up with carriers at 33 knots, armored heavily enough to survive multiple bomb or torpedo hits, bristling with anti-aircraft weapons to defend against air attack. She's also, ironically, representative of doctrine Halsey helped make obsolete. Battleships are no longer primary naval weapons. They're now escorts for carriers, providing anti-aircraft defense and shore bombardment. But commanding from a battleship sends a message. Halsey is taking personal responsibility for surface combat operations. He's betting his life alongside his fleet, and he's occupying the Navy's newest, most prestigious flagship. The symbolism matters for morale and publicity. Halsey's flag quarters are spacious and comfortable, designed for Admiral's staff and entertaining. He cares nothing about comfort. He cares about the operations room 2 decks below, where his staff plots enemy positions, tracks friendly forces, and coordinates the largest naval formation America has ever assembled. 3rd Fleet composition, August 1944. Halsey assumes command of 3rd Fleet, the designation given to the Pacific Fleet's primary striking force when operating under his command. The fleet is staggeringly powerful by standards of any previous war. 17 fleet carriers, including 9 Essex-class ships commissioned within the past year, 9 light carriers converted from cruiser hulls, each carrying 30 aircraft, 8 fast battleships, including 4 Iowa-class and 4 South Dakota-class, all capable of 30-knot speeds, 15 cruisers, heavy and light, providing anti-aircraft defense and surface combat capability, 60 destroyers screening the capital ships, conducting anti-submarine operations, rescuing downed pilots. Total personnel strength exceeds 150,000 sailors and Marines. Aircraft complement exceeds 900 fighters, dive bombers, and torpedo bombers. The logistical support requires dozens of fleet oilers, ammunition ships, and supply vessels maintaining the fleet at sea for extended operations. This is naval power on scale previously unimaginable, the product of American industrial capacity operating at wartime maximum, reflecting 3 years of shipbuilding efforts since Pearl Harbor. Japan's entire combined fleet at peak strength was smaller than Halsey's Third Fleet. The strategic implications are obvious. America now has overwhelming naval superiority. The only question is how to use it most effectively. Battle of the Philippine Sea background, June 19 through 20, 1944. Halsey is still commanding South Pacific forces when the Navy's largest carrier battle since Midway occurs northwest of the Mariana Islands. He's not present, but studies battle reports intensely, analyzing what the engagement reveals about carrier warfare evolution. American carriers under Admiral Spruance engaged Japanese carrier forces, attempting to prevent American invasion of Saipan. The battle, nicknamed the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, results in catastrophic Japanese defeat. American pilots shoot down approximately 600 Japanese aircraft over 2 days, while losing only 130 American planes. 3 Japanese carriers are sunk. Japanese naval aviation is crippled permanently. The battle proves several things. First, American pilot training and aircraft quality now dominate Japanese completely. Second, radar-directed fighter interception makes massed bomber attacks nearly suicidal. Third, Japanese tactical doctrine hasn't adapted to changed conditions. They're still flying tactics developed in 1941 against opponents with 1944 capabilities. Halsey notes these lessons carefully. When he commands carrier operations, he'll exploit these advantages ruthlessly. Tokyo Raid Planning, August 1944. Halsey's first major operation as Third Fleet commander is a strike on Tokyo and surrounding military targets, demonstrating American naval reach and testing fleet coordination. The operation is partially symbolic, echoing the Doolittle Raid's psychological impact, but it's also tactically significant. American carriers will approach within 150 miles of Japanese home islands, launch strikes against airfields and industrial targets, then withdraw before Japanese forces can counterattack effectively. The risk is substantial. Japanese home waters are heavily defended. Shore-based aircraft could strike the carriers. Submarines patrol approaches. Surface forces could respond quickly. But the potential impact justifies risk. Striking Tokyo demonstrates that no Japanese position is safe, that American carriers can operate anywhere, and that the war will eventually reach Japan's homeland. Halsey briefs his commanders bluntly. We're going to hit them in their capital. We're going to show them that Pearl Harbor's revenge is coming, and we're going to get out clean. Any questions? There are many questions about coordination, timing, defensive procedures, but nobody questions the operation's fundamental audacity. Tokyo Raid execution, August 10th through 13th, 1944. Third Fleet approaches Japanese home islands under complete radio silence, maintaining surprise through aggressive schedule and deceptive routing. On August 10th, carrier aircraft launched the first American strikes on Tokyo since Doolittle's raid 2 years earlier. The targets are military, airfields, and aircraft factories, avoiding civilian areas to maintain focus on military objectives. All Japanese defenses are fierce. Anti-aircraft fire is heavy. Fighter interception is aggressive. But American pilots execute professionally, destroying over 100 aircraft on the ground, damaging 8 warships in Tokyo Bay, and hitting multiple industrial facilities. American losses are 49 aircraft, acceptable given the strike's psychological impact. The raid makes international headlines. American newspapers celebrate Halsey's audacity. Japanese propaganda frantically denies any damage, then admits minor damage, then stops commenting entirely. The strategic impact is subtle but significant. Japanese forces that could be deployed to Philippines or other theaters must now be retained for home defense. Resources must be diverted to air defense. Civilian morale declines as the war's reality penetrates the homeland. Our Typhoon Decision, December 18th through 19th, 1944. Third Fleet encounters Typhoon Cobra during operations east of the Philippines, forcing Halsey into controversial decision that will haunt him permanently. Weather forecasting in 1944 is primitive based on barometric pressure readings and visual observations. Satellite imagery doesn't exist. Computer modeling doesn't exist. Storm tracking relies on ship reports and educated guessing. Halsey's meteorologists provide conflicting advice about the storm's path and intensity. Some recommend sailing south to avoid the system. Others recommend maintaining course to complete assigned mission. Halsey chooses to maintain course, running through the storm's edge rather than detouring around it. The decision proves catastrophically wrong. If the typhoon is stronger than predicted, following a track that places Third Fleet in its path, winds exceed 120 miles per hour, waves exceed 70 feet. Ships roll beyond safe limits. 3 destroyers capsize and sink, USS Hull, Monaghan, and Spence, with 790 men killed. Over 200 aircraft are destroyed or damaged, blown overboard, or crushed on pitching decks. Multiple ships suffer damage requiring extensive repair. It's the worst weather-related naval disaster since the 1899 typhoon that struck the Asiatic Squadron. Court of Inquiry, January 1945. Navy convenes formal investigation into the typhoon disaster, examining Halsey's decision-making and command performance. The inquiry is uncomfortable for everyone involved. Halsey is America's most visible naval commander, and celebrated in newspapers and newsreels, symbol of aggressive American counteroffensive. But 790 sailors are dead, and somebody must be held accountable. The inquiry examines weather reports, decision timelines, communications between ships, and professional judgments by commanders at multiple levels. Halsey testifies candidly, accepting responsibility for the decision to continue operations rather than divert around the storm, defending the decision as reasonable given information available at the time. The inquiry's conclusions are nuanced. Halsey exercised poor judgment, but not criminal negligence. Ship commanders failed to properly ballast their vessels for heavy weather. Weather forecasting capabilities were inadequate for operational requirements. Multiple officers share responsibility. Halsey receives reprimand but retains command. The inquiry's subtext is obvious. America needs Halsey's aggressive leadership despite this disaster. Relieving him would damage morale and deprive the Navy of its most effective combat commander. The 790 dead sailors become acceptable cost of maintaining command continuity. It's brutal calculus, but defensible given strategic circumstances. Philippine Sea Operations, October through December 1944. Third Fleet supports MacArthur's long-awaited return to the Philippines, providing air cover for amphibious landings, striking Japanese positions, and engaging enemy naval forces attempting to interfere. The operations spanned 3 months, involving continuous carrier strikes, surface engagements, and coordination with Army ground forces. Halsey's fleet operates close to enemy-held territory, accepting risk to provide maximum support for landing forces. Japanese kamikaze attacks begin during this period, suicide aircraft deliberately crashing into American ships. The attacks are terrifying and effective, sinking several ships, damaging dozens more, killing hundreds of sailors. American defenses adapt gradually, improving radar coverage, increasing fighter patrol density, coordinating anti-aircraft fire more effectively. But kamikazes remain dangerous throughout the war's remainder. Each attack is potentially lethal. Each day brings multiple attacks. The psychological strain on sailors is immense, knowing that any moment could bring aircraft loaded with explosives deliberately targeting their ship. Halsey's staff works to maintain morale, or rotating ships through rear areas for rest, providing entertainment and mail service, ensuring sailors understand their sacrifices matter. Battleship Line, Engagement Preparation. January 1945. For the first time since Pearl Harbor, American battleships prepare for possible surface engagement. With Japanese counterparts, the climactic clash battleship doctrine promised for decades. Intelligence suggests Japanese naval forces might sortie to contest American positions in Philippines. Halsey positions his fast battleships, including New Jersey, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Missouri, for potential night engagement. The battleships have been training for this moment, practicing gunnery, coordinating fire control, preparing for the decisive surface action that's been postponed repeatedly since the war began. But the engagement never occurs. Japanese naval forces decline to sortie. Their battleships remain in harbor, preserving fuel, avoiding battle they can't win. The climactic battleship duel that defined naval imagination for 50 years will never happen. Battleships are obsolete as primary weapons, useful only for shore bombardment and anti-aircraft escort. Halsey experiences mixed emotions. Part of him wants that final battleship engagement, vindication of decades of training and doctrine. Part of him recognizes that never needing to fight that battle is actually the victory. American carrier supremacy is so complete that Japanese surface forces can't effectively challenge it. The war that Mahan envisioned will never occur. The war that Halsey and his generation prepared for is obsolete. They're fighting a different war entirely, and winning it decisively. Reflecting on Fleet Command. Commanding 3rd Fleet represents the apex of Halsey's career, controlling more combat power than any naval officer in history, shaping strategy across the entire Pacific theater. Yet, the experience is mixed. The typhoon disaster demonstrates that mistakes at this level of command kill hundreds. The administrative burden is crushing, coordinating dozens of ships, hundreds of aircraft, thousands of personnel across vast distances. The political dimension is constant, managing relationships with MacArthur, Nimitz, the Joint Chiefs, even the White House. Halsey is a combat commander who wants to fight battles, but increasingly he's an administrator who coordinates others fighting battles. The fame is burdensome. Every decision analyzed by journalists, every operation celebrated or criticized in newspapers. He can't fail privately. Any failure becomes public embarrassment, damaging morale, questioning competence. The pressure is immense and unrelenting. Yet Halsey recognizes this is exactly where he belongs. America needs senior commanders who can manage theater-level operations, coordinate air-sea-land campaigns, and maintain aggressive operational tempo, despite setbacks. 3rd Fleet is his instrument for achieving these objectives. He'll command it effectively despite personal cost, maintain aggressive operations despite disasters like the typhoon, and drive toward Japan despite every obstacle. The 3rd Fleet is his final command, his ultimate contribution, his legacy. He'll make it count. USS New Jersey, Philippine Sea, October 23, 1944. Dawn. Admiral Halsey stands on his flagship's bridge, coffee cup in hand, studying intelligence reports that arrived overnight. American submarines patrolling the approaches to the Philippines have detected major Japanese naval movements. Multiple task forces are converging from different directions, headed toward Leyte Gulf, where MacArthur's forces landed 4 days ago. The reports are fragmentary but alarming. Battleships from Brunei, cruisers from the north, possibly carriers from Japan itself. Japanese forces that have avoided decisive engagement for months are suddenly committing everything to stopping the Philippines invasion. Halsey's staff has been anticipating this moment since planning began. Japan cannot allow America to recapture the Philippines without fighting. The islands are too strategically critical, controlling access to Southeast Asian resources, threatening Japanese supply lines, positioning American forces for eventual invasion of Japan itself. The question was never whether Japan would fight, but when and how. Now the answer is emerging. Japan is committing its remaining naval strength to one massive operation. 4 separate task forces approaching from multiple directions. Coordination that requires precise timing. Objectives that include destroying American amphibious shipping and isolating MacArthur's forces ashore. It's Japan's last desperate gamble to change the war's trajectory, and Halsey is responsible for stopping it. Japanese plan complexity, October 23rd. The Japanese operation is breathtakingly ambitious and desperately flawed. Vice Admiral Ozawa Jisaburo commands the Northern Force, and 4 carriers with minimal aircraft approaching from northeast Japan. His mission is sacrificial, luring American carriers away from Leyte Gulf so other Japanese forces can attack the vulnerable amphibious shipping. Vice Admiral Kurita Takeo commands the center force. 5 battleships, including the massive Yamato and Musashi, 12 cruisers, 15 destroyers, approaching through San Bernardino Strait north of Leyte. His mission is smashing through to the landing beaches and destroying transport ships. Vice Admiral Nishimura Shoji commands the Southern Force, 2 battleships and 4 destroyers, approaching through Surigao Strait south of Leyte. His mission is coordinating with Kurita's attack from opposite direction, catching American forces between 2 powerful surface forces. Then Vice Admiral Shima Kiyohide commands additional cruisers and destroyers as 2nd Southern Force, following Nishimura. The plan requires all 4 forces to coordinate attacks separated by hundreds of miles with minimal radio communication, achieving surprise against enemy with radar and code-breaking advantages. It's operationally brilliant in conception and practically doomed to failure. October 24th, 1944, midday. American submarines and aircraft begin detecting and attacking Japanese task forces as they approach the Philippines. USS Darter and Dace sink 2 Japanese heavy cruisers in pre-dawn torpedo attacks, including Vice Admiral Kurita's flagship, forcing him to transfer to battleship Yamato. American carrier aircraft from 3rd Fleet locate and attack Kurita's center force in the Sibuyan Sea, and wave after wave of dive bombers and torpedo planes strike the Japanese battleships. The super battleship Musashi, 72,000 tons, mounting 9 18-inch guns, is hit by 19 torpedoes and 17 bombs over 6 hours of continuous attack. She capsizes and sinks that evening, taking over 1,000 crewmen down. Other ships are damaged, but Kurita's force remains powerful. 5 battleships, including Yamato, 10 cruisers, 15 destroyers. Meanwhile, Japanese land-based aircraft strike American carriers, damaging USS Princeton. Internal explosions rack the light carrier. She's abandoned and scuttled that evening. It's America's first carrier loss since Hornet 2 years ago. Reminder that Japanese forces remain dangerous despite declining capabilities. Halsey's critical decision. October 24th afternoon. Armed American reconnaissance aircraft locate Ozawa's northern force approaching from the north, 4 Japanese carriers with escort ships. This is exactly what Halsey has been hoping to find. Japanese carriers, the ultimate strategic target, within striking range. Every carrier destroyed is one less threat to American operations. Halsey faces competing priorities and incomplete information. Kurita's center force has been heavily damaged, Musashi sunk, multiple ships hit, the force withdrawing westward. It appears defeated, or at least neutralized. Meanwhile, Ozawa's carriers are fresh, undamaged, capable of striking American forces. Halsey's instinct is to pursue and destroy the carriers. His staff urges caution, warning that Kurita might reverse course and head for San Bernardino Strait. Halsey makes his decision at 2 p.m. We're going north after those carriers. Concentrate all 3 task groups. We'll hit them at dawn and destroy them completely. He sends message to Admiral Kincaid, commanding 7th Fleet supporting the Leyte landings. Am proceeding north with 3 groups to attack carrier force at dawn. The message doesn't explicitly state that San Bernardino Strait is now unguarded. Halsey assumes Kincaid understands this implication. The assumption will prove catastrophic. Battle of Surigao Strait, October 24th. Night through 25th dawn. While Halsey's carriers steam north pursuing Ozawa, 7th Fleet battleships ambush Nishimura's southern force in Surigao Strait. It's the last battleship engagement in naval history and a complete American victory. Rear Admiral Jesse Oldendorf positions 6 battleships, 8 cruisers, and dozens of destroyers in classic crossing the T formation at the strait's northern end. Japanese ships approaching in column are raked by broadside fire from American ships. Destroyers launch torpedo attacks that sink battleship Fuso. Battleships Pennsylvania, California, Tennessee, Maryland, West Virginia, and Mississippi, all veterans of Pearl Harbor, several raised from the harbor bottom and repaired. Fire hundreds of 16-inch and 14-inch shells at ranges under 15,000 yards. Battleship Yamashiro, Nishimura's flagship, is hit repeatedly and sinks. Nishimura goes down with his ship. Only 1 Japanese destroyer escapes. It's annihilating victory that vindicates battleship doctrine one final time, but it's also irrelevant to the battle's decisive moment occurring 200 miles north at San Bernardino Strait. San Bernardino Strait, October 25th dawn. Kurita's center force, which reversed course after withdrawing and steamed through the night, emerges from San Bernardino Strait at dawn to find the strait completely unguarded. Halsey's carriers are 300 miles north. 7th Fleet battleships are still engaged at Surigao Strait to the south. The only forces between Kurita's battleships and the vulnerable transport ships in Leyte Gulf are 3 task units of escort carriers, converted merchant ships with minimal defenses, designed for air support, not surface combat. Taffy 3, commanded by Rear Admiral Clifton Sprague, consists of 6 escort carriers, 3 destroyers, and 4 destroyer escorts. Sprague's ships are outnumbered and outgunned catastrophically. Kurita has 4 battleships, 6 cruisers, 11 destroyers. It is all capable of 30 knots, mounting guns that outrange anything Sprague commands. The battle that follows is desperate, heroic, and tactically absurd. Escort carriers run south at their maximum 18 knots, launching aircraft armed with whatever weapons happen to be loaded. Many planes attacking with no ammunition at all, just making runs to distract Japanese gunners. Destroyers and destroyer escorts charge toward battleships in suicidal torpedo attacks, sacrificing themselves to buy time for the carriers to escape. Taffy 3's desperate defense. October 25th morning. The escort carrier, USS Gambier Bay, is hit repeatedly by Japanese cruiser and battleship fire, the first American carrier sunk by surface gunfire. She capsizes and sinks, with over 100 men killed. Destroyers SS, Johnston, Hole, and Samuel B. And Roberts attacked the Japanese force repeatedly, launching torpedoes, firing 5-inch guns at battleships, covering the carrier's retreat with smoke screens. All 3 are sunk. Johnston's captain, Commander Ernest Evans, fights his ship until she's demolished, then goes down with her. Hole charges directly at Japanese battleships, achieving impossible odds, firing until her ammunition is exhausted, and then firing star shells because it's the only ordnance remaining. Samuel B. Roberts, nicknamed the destroyer escort that fought like battleship, fires over 600 5-inch shells, empties her torpedo tubes, and keeps fighting until Japanese cruisers blow her apart. The engagement lasts 2.5 hours. Japanese forces sink 2 escort carriers, 2 destroyers, and 1 destroyer escort. They're positioned to annihilate the remaining carriers and push into Leyte Gulf to destroy the transport fleet. Then Kurita makes a decision that will perplex historians forever. He orders withdrawal. His ships turn north and steam away from Leyte Gulf, abandoning the operation, retreating through San Bernardino Strait. The transport fleet is saved. MacArthur's invasion continues unimpeded, but Kurita's decision to withdraw, when victory seemed assured, remains inexplicable. Halsey's engagement with Northern Force, October 25th, dawn through afternoon. 300 miles north of San Bernardino Strait, Halsey's carriers launch massive strikes against Ozawa's sacrificial force. American aircraft find the 4 Japanese carriers, Zuikaku, Zuiho, Chaitos, and Chiyoda, with minimal fighter cover and minimal aircraft aboard. The carriers are bait, designed to lure American forces away from Leyte Gulf, and they've succeeded completely. American pilots attack in waves, unopposed by fighter resistance, sinking all 4 carriers plus 1 light cruiser and 2 destroyers. It's decisive tactical victory. Japanese carrier Aviation is permanently eliminated. But while Halsey's planes sink carriers, his radio operators receive increasingly desperate calls from Taffy 3. Under attack by Japanese battleships. Gambier Bay sinking. Request immediate assistance. Halsey realizes his mistake. He's been lured away. Kurita's force is attacking the escort carriers. The transport fleet is threatened. He must choose. Continue destroying Northern Force, completing the mission and annihilating Japanese carriers. Or reverse course, race south, attempt to intercept Kurita before he reaches Leyte Gulf. Either choice has risks. He chooses to reverse course. Where is Task Force 34? The world wonders. At 11 a.m., Halsey receives message from Admiral Nimitz in Pearl Harbor. Where is Task Force 34? The world wonders. The message is actually a routine inquiry about Task Force 34's location, with "the world wonders" added as padding to confuse enemy codebreakers. But the communication officer at Halsey's end fails to remove the padding, and Halsey reads it as sarcastic criticism from his superior. He's exhausted, stressed from continuous operations, furious at being caught out of position, and the message breaks through his control. He removes his cap and throws it to the deck in rage. His staff watches in stunned silence as their admiral processes the humiliation. He's made a catastrophic mistake. He took the bait. He left San Bernardino Strait unguarded. The escort carriers nearly paid the price. Only Kurita's inexplicable withdrawal prevented disaster. Halsey composes himself, orders Task Force 34 to form and steam south at maximum speed, attempting to intercept Kurita's withdrawing force. But it's too late. Kurita escapes through San Bernardino Strait before American battleships can engage. Halsey arrives to find the strait empty, his aggressive pursuit of carriers having cost him the chance to destroy Japanese battleships. Battle outcome and recrimination. October 26th through 27th. The Battle of Leyte Gulf ends with overwhelming American strategic victory and significant controversy over Halsey's tactical decisions. Japanese losses are catastrophic. 4 carriers sunk. 3 battleships sunk, including super battleship Musashi. 10 cruisers sunk. 11 destroyers sunk. Thousands of sailors and aviators killed. The combined fleet is permanently crippled, unable to conduct major operations for the war's remainder. American losses are significant, but survivable. 1 light carrier, 2 escort carriers, 2 destroyers, 1 destroyer escort, plus hundreds of aircraft and thousands of casualties. But the controversy focuses on what didn't happen. Kurita's force reached the escort carriers and could have annihilated them. Only his inexplicable decision to withdraw prevented potential disaster. Thus, Halsey's decision to take all his forces north, leaving San Bernardino Strait unguarded, violated basic defensive principles. He should have left covering force to guard the strait. Post-battle analysis is brutal. Some officers and historians argue Halsey's aggression bordered on recklessness, that his pursuit of carriers ignored responsibility to protect the landing force, that luck rather than skill prevented catastrophe. Others argue that destroying Japanese carriers justified the risk, that Kurita would have withdrawn anyway facing American air power. That results prove the strategy sound. Reflecting on the perfect storm, Leyte Gulf was the convergence of everything that characterized Halsey's command: brilliant aggressive instincts, occasional reckless decision-making, tremendous results achieved through accepting enormous risks. His pursuit of Northern force was strategically sound. Carriers were the ultimate threat. Destroying them eliminated Japanese naval aviation permanently. But his failure to leave covering force at San Bernardino Strait was tactical error that nearly cost disaster. Only Kurita's bewildering decision to withdraw saved Halsey from catastrophic mistake. The controversy would follow Halsey for the rest of his life. Critics labeled him reckless, glory-seeking, willing to risk everything for chance to sink carriers. Defenders argued he achieved exactly what needed achieving, destroying Japanese naval power, enabling MacArthur's Philippines campaign, hastening the war's end. Both perspectives have merit. Halsey was reckless at Leyte Gulf. He also achieved overwhelming victory. The two facts coexist uncomfortably. And reflecting the complexity of evaluating aggressive commanders who take extraordinary risks and achieve extraordinary results. The perfect storm wasn't the typhoon he'd face 2 months later. It was Leyte Gulf, where everything went right and nearly went catastrophically wrong simultaneously, where victory was total and incomplete, where one of history's greatest naval battles produced both triumph and recrimination. Halsey emerged victorious but diminished, celebrated but criticized, successful but scarred by recognition that luck had been essential to success. The boy from New Jersey had wanted decisive victory. The admiral at Leyte Gulf achieved it, while learning that decisive victory doesn't eliminate controversy or guarantee vindication. Iwo Jima, Bonin Islands, February 19, 1945. In the Third Fleet's aircraft provide air cover as 30,000 Marines storm ashore on an 8-square-mile volcanic island 750 miles south of Tokyo. Iwo Jima is strategically vital despite its tiny size. Japanese fighters based on the island intercept American B-29 bombers raiding Japan from Saipan. Capturing Iwo Jima will eliminate those interceptors and provide emergency landing field for damaged bombers returning from Tokyo raids. But the island is also a fortress. 21,000 Japanese troops occupy elaborate underground defenses, tunnels connecting bunkers, artillery positions carved into volcanic rock, machine gun nests covering every approach. The defenders have orders to fight to the death, kill 10 Americans for every Japanese casualty, yea, make the invasion so costly that America loses will to continue the war. Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner commands the amphibious forces. Lieutenant General Holland Smith commands the Marines. Halsey's Third Fleet provides the air cover and naval gunfire support. Battleships and cruisers pounding Japanese positions with thousands of high-explosive shells. The bombardment is impressive, but largely ineffective. Underground fortifications survive intact. Japanese defenders wait until Marines are ashore, then emerge to fight from prepared positions. The battle becomes a grinding nightmare. Combat Air Patrol Operations, February through March 1945. Third Fleet maintains continuous air cover over Iwo Jima throughout the 36-day battle, all protecting the landing force from Japanese air attack, while simultaneously striking targets on Japan itself. The operational tempo is brutal. Carriers launch aircraft every 4 hours, round the clock, maintaining dozens of fighters over Iwo Jima constantly. Pilots fly multiple missions daily, landing to refuel and rearm, then launching again. Fatigue becomes dangerous. Pilots fall asleep during flight. Landing accidents increase. But the coverage is essential. Japanese kamikaze attacks have become standard tactic. Suicide aircraft deliberately crashing into ships. Each attack must be intercepted before reaching the fleet. Fighter directors aboard radar picket ships guide interceptors toward incoming raids. Most kamikazes are shot down. Some break through. USS Saratoga is hit by 5 kamikazes on February 21st. AI catastrophic damage. 123 men killed, forced to withdraw for repairs. Escort carrier Bismarck C is hit and sinks with over 300 casualties. The kamikaze threat is relentless and terrifying, transforming air defense from tactical challenge to psychological ordeal. Iwo Jima casualties, February through March 1945. The battle for Iwo Jima becomes one of the bloodiest in Marine Corps history, validating every concern about assaulting heavily defended islands. Marines fight for 36 days, advancing yard by yard through volcanic ash and fortified positions, using flamethrowers to burn out bunkers, explosives to collapse tunnels, small unit tactics to eliminate machine gun nests. The iconic photograph of 6 Marines raising the American flag on Mount Suribachi becomes war's most famous image. It's symbolizing American determination. But the photograph masks horrific reality. 6,800 Marines are killed. 19,000 are wounded. 70% casualty rate among infantry units. Japanese casualties are even worse. 20,800 killed. Only 216 captured, mostly wounded too severely to commit suicide. The battle proves that Japan will defend home territory fanatically, accepting total destruction rather than surrender. It also proves that American firepower and tactical superiority will eventually prevail, despite desperate Japanese resistance. But the casualty figures raise terrifying question. If Iwo Jima cost 7,000 American lives, what will invading Japan itself cost? Planning for Okinawa, March 1945. While Iwo Jima's battle continues, planning begins for Operation Iceberg, invasion of Okinawa, a large island only 350 miles from Japan's southern coast. Okinawa is essential for final operations against Japan. Its airfields can support thousands of aircraft. Its harbors can base invasion fleets. Its capture will position American forces for final assault on Japanese home islands. But Okinawa is also heavily defended. 100,000 Japanese troops occupy prepared positions. Thousands of kamikaze aircraft are based on nearby islands. The civilian population of 450,000 complicates operations, creating humanitarian concerns and providing cover for defenders. American planners estimate the campaign will require 3 to 4 months, cost 40,000 casualties, and involve largest amphibious operation in Pacific Theater. Halsey's Third Fleet will provide air cover and naval support throughout, maintaining continuous operations for months without returning to rear areas for rest and refit. It's the ultimate test of sustained naval operations, testing whether American logistics can support extended combat at the end of 6,000-mile supply line. Invasion of Okinawa, April 1st, 1945. 182,000 American troops storm ashore on Okinawa's western beaches in largest Pacific amphibious operation of the war. Initial resistance is minimal. Japanese forces withdraw to prepared defensive positions inland, allowing Americans to land unopposed, then counterattacking from fortified positions. It's deliberate strategy, trading beach defenses for prolonged inland combat. The campaign becomes grinding attrition warfare, all reminiscent of First World War trench combat. Japanese defenders occupy caves, tunnels, and fortified positions. American forces attack with overwhelming firepower, artillery, naval gunfire, airstrikes, and flamethrowers. Progress is measured in hundreds of yards daily. Casualties mount steadily. Marines and Army infantry rotate through frontline positions, units suffering 50 to 70% casualties, pulling back for replacement troops, returning to combat. It's industrial-scale warfare, consuming men and materiel at rates that shock even experienced officers. And this is just Okinawa. The calculations for invading Japan itself become nightmarish. If Okinawa costs 40,000 casualties, Japan might cost 500,000 or more. Kamikaze attacks intensify, April through June 1945. Now, Japanese forces launch Operation Kikusui, coordinated kamikaze attacks against American naval forces supporting Okinawa invasion. 10 major waves, each involving hundreds of suicide aircraft, strike the fleet over 11 weeks. American defenses improve continuously, radar coverage increases, fighter interception becomes more effective, anti-aircraft fire coordinates better. But kamikazes still break through regularly. 36 American ships are sunk, 368 are damaged, 4,900 Navy personnel are killed, more than the entire Marine Corps casualties on Iwo Jima. The psychological impact is devastating. Sailors know each day brings multiple kamikaze attacks. No amount of training or courage prevents occasional successful strikes. Ships are hit while crews watch helplessly. The fires spread through damaged vessels. Men burn or drown. Survivors are rescued and returned to duty on other ships, knowing they'll face the same attacks again tomorrow. The sustained stress breaks some sailors completely. Combat fatigue casualties increase. But the fleet persists. Air defense improves gradually. Kamikaze effectiveness declines as Japanese pilot training deteriorates further. By June, suicide attacks are achieving minimal results despite continued effort. USS Yorktown kamikaze damage, March 18, 1945. The carrier USS Yorktown, Halsey's former flagship, is struck by kamikaze during operations near Kyushu. The suicide aircraft penetrates fighter screen and anti-aircraft fire, crashing into the carrier's island superstructure. Explosion and fire kill 389 sailors. The carrier's flight deck is temporarily unusable. Damage control parties fight fires for hours, preventing catastrophic loss but unable to save all trapped personnel. The Yorktown survives, returns to operations within weeks, but the casualty count is a sobering reminder that even surviving kamikaze attacks costs terrible price. Halsey visits the Yorktown after repairs, walking through compartments that were burned, meeting survivors who lost friends and shipmates. He writes personal letters to families of some casualties, explaining that their loved ones died defending the fleet, enabling operations that will end the war. The letters are sincere but inadequate. Nothing compensates families for loss. Nothing makes the deaths meaningful beyond operational context. The weight of these casualties accumulates. Every ship hit, every casualty report, every letter to families. Halsey carries them all. Yamato's final sortie, April 7th, 1945. Japanese battleship Yamato, largest warship ever constructed. 72,000 tons, 9 18-inch guns, pride of the Imperial Navy. Sortie on one-way suicide mission to attack American forces at Okinawa. The operation is doomed from conception. Yamato has only enough fuel for one-way voyage. No air cover accompanies the mission. American submarines and aircraft track her departure. The intent is symbolic rather than tactical, demonstrating Japanese willingness to sacrifice everything. American carriers launch massive strike over 300 aircraft, finding Yamato in East China Sea. The battleship fights desperately, her anti-aircraft batteries shooting down 10 American aircraft. Yeah, but she's overwhelmed. Torpedoes hit both sides, negating her armor advantages. Bombs penetrate her deck. She capsizes and explodes, taking over 3,000 crewmen down. It's the end of battleship era, final proof that surface ships cannot survive against concentrated air attack. Halsey watches reports arrive, feeling complex emotions. Yamato represented everything battleship doctrine promised, ultimate expression of naval firepower, yet she was destroyed easily by carrier aircraft. The doctrine Halsey was trained in died with Yamato. The doctrine he helped create replaced it definitively. Okinawa secured, June 22, 1945. After 82 days of continuous combat, American forces secure Okinawa. Japanese resistance collapses as remaining defenders commit suicide or are killed in final defensive positions. The casualty figures are staggering. 12,500 Americans killed, 36,000 wounded, 110,000 Japanese military killed, 150,000 Okinawan civilians killed, caught between opposing forces or committing suicide, encouraged by Japanese propaganda. It's one of war's bloodiest campaigns, proving beyond doubt that Japan will defend every inch of home territory with fanatical determination. The implications for invading Japan itself are terrifying. Military planners project that Operation Downfall, invasion of Japanese home islands, will cost 500,000 to 1 million American casualties. Japanese casualties will exceed 10 million. The war might continue into 1946 or even 1947. These projections inform every strategic decision made during summer's 1945, including development of alternative strategies to force Japanese surrender without invasion. Third Fleet operations tempo, June through August 1945. Halsey's forces maintain punishing operational schedule through war's final months, striking targets throughout Japan, maintaining pressure, demonstrating American capability to sustain operations indefinitely. Carriers operate continuously, brief port visits for resupply, then immediate return to combat zones. Aircraft availability peaks at over 1,200 planes daily. Strikes hit airfields, harbors, industrial facilities, railroad networks. The goal is destroying Japan's ability to resist invasion, degrading military capabilities, disrupting logistics, breaking civilian morale. Simultaneously, battleships conduct shore bombardments, cruisers raid coastal shipping, submarines interdict remaining merchant vessels. Japan is being systematically isolated and destroyed. Imports of food and fuel approach zero. Industrial production collapses. Military forces lose cohesion as communication networks are destroyed. By August, Japan is defeated in all but name. Only formality of surrender remains. But surrender seems impossible given Japanese culture and leadership statements. The war appears destined to continue until absolute destruction of Japan or negotiated settlement that's politically unacceptable to America. Then, atomic weapons change everything. Tokyo Bay, USS Missouri, September 2nd, 1945. Admiral William Halsey stands on the battleship Missouri's flag deck, watching Japanese representatives climb aboard to sign formal surrender documents. He's positioned slightly behind Admiral Nimitz, not center stage but present at history's conclusion. The ceremony is brief, formal, heavy with symbolism. General Douglas MacArthur presides, representing Allied powers, accepting surrender documents signed by Foreign Minister Shigemitsu Mamoru and General Umezu Yoshijiro. The war that began for America at Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, ends here in Tokyo Bay on September 2, 1945. 3 years, 8 months, and 26 days of combat. Millions dead. Empires destroyed. World order permanently transformed. Halsey watches silently, thinking about the sailors under his command who didn't survive to see this moment. The pilots shot down over Pacific Islands. The sailors killed by kamikazes. The Marines who died on beaches from Guadalcanal to Okinawa. 7,000 killed under his South Pacific Command. Thousands more during Third Fleet operations. Their sacrifice made this moment possible. Without their deaths, purchased piece by piece through 3 years of grinding combat, Japan might still be fighting. The ceremony concludes. Japanese representatives depart. MacArthur speaks briefly about hope for peace. Halsey says nothing publicly, but everything privately. The war is over. His war is over. Now comes the hardest part. Living with what the war required. Return to the United States, September 1945. Halsey arrives in San Francisco aboard the battleship South Dakota, received as conquering hero by crowds numbering hundreds of thousands. Ticker tape parades. Official receptions. Keys to cities. Congressional commendations. He's America's most visible naval commander, symbol of aggressive counteroffensive that destroyed Japanese naval power. The public adoration is sincere, but overwhelming. Halsey is uncomfortable with celebrity, preferring operational command to publicity tours. But the Navy needs him for morale and recruitment efforts. War bonds must be sold to finance occupation costs. Enlistment must be maintained despite peace. Halsey's face and reputation serve these purposes effectively. He participates dutifully, giving speeches, attending dinners, shaking hands with politicians and veterans. But privately, he's exhausted. 4 years of continuous combat operations have aged him dramatically. He's 63 years old, suffering from stress-related health problems, cardiovascular issues, recurring skin conditions. He needs rest, but can't admit weakness publicly. The heroic admiral who defeated Japan can't appear vulnerable or tired. The public demands their hero remain heroic. Congressional testimony, spring 1946. Halsey appears before congressional committees investigating Pacific War conduct, defending aggressive tactics, explaining controversial decisions, justifying casualties. The Leyte Gulf controversy resurfaces. Critics question whether leaving San Bernardino Strait unguarded was a reckless decision that nearly caused disaster. Halsey defends the choice methodically. Destroying Japanese carriers was primary objective. Carriers were located north. Pursuing them was strategically correct. Kurita's center force appeared defeated after Sibuyan Sea battle. The decision to take all forces north was reasonable given information available. That Kurita reversed course and threatened the escort carriers was unpredictable. That he then withdrew when victory appeared assured was inexplicable. The outcome, overwhelming American victory and permanent elimination of Japanese naval power, vindicated the strategy. Congressional representatives listened politely, but skeptically. Some accept Halsey's explanations. Others remain convinced his aggressive instincts bordered on recklessness. The hearings conclude without formal censure, but without complete vindication. Halsey's reputation is intact, but complicated. He's celebrated hero and controversial commander simultaneously. History will debate his decisions indefinitely. Retirement decision, December 1947. Halsey retires from active duty after 47 years of naval service, the last 5-star fleet admiral to leave active service. The decision is partly health-related, his cardiovascular condition deteriorating, doctors warning that stress could trigger heart attack. But it's also emotional and philosophical. The Navy Halsey joined in 1900 no longer exists. Battleships are being scrapped or mothballed. Carriers are supreme. Jet aircraft are replacing propeller planes. Nuclear weapons have made traditional naval warfare potentially obsolete. Halsey understands modern naval doctrine intellectually, but doesn't feel it emotionally. He's a warrior from an earlier era, trained for surface combat and aggressive carrier operations, now watching the Navy transition toward Cold War missions he doesn't fully comprehend. And better to retire while still capable and celebrated than decline into irrelevance. The retirement ceremony is elaborate, attended by dozens of admirals and hundreds of former shipmates. Nimitz delivers remarks praising Halsey's aggressive leadership and decisive contributions to victory. Halsey responds briefly, thanking officers and sailors who served under his command, deflecting credit towards subordinates, acknowledging his mistakes while defending his decisions. The speech is characteristically blunt, avoiding sentimentality, focusing on operational results rather than emotional reflection. Memoir publication, Admiral Halsey's Story, 1947. Halsey publishes autobiography immediately after retiring, co-authored with journalist J. Bryan III, covering his entire career from Annapolis through Japan's surrender. The book is bestseller, over 500,000 copies sold in first year, continuing steady sales through 1990s. It's readable, candid about operational challenges, defensive about controversial decisions, revealing about Halsey's philosophy and personality. He discusses the Leyte Gulf controversy directly, accepting responsibility for leaving San Bernardino Strait unguarded while defending the decision's strategic soundness. He addresses the typhoon disaster, acknowledging poor judgment while noting that weather forecasting capabilities were inadequate. He reflects on the Rabaul bypass, describing it as his best decision, despite contradicting his aggressive reputation. The memoir becomes an important historical source, providing Halsey's perspective on major operations, though historians note its selective memory, and minimizing failures while emphasizing successes. But the book's value is revealing Halsey's character, his aggression tempered by experience, his confidence balanced by recognition of mistakes made, his pride in American victory mixed with sorrow for casualties required. Korean War period, 1950 through 1953. Halsey remains active as military commentator and informal advisor during Korean War despite official retirement. He advocates for aggressive naval operations, supporting MacArthur's Incheon landing, criticizing limited war doctrine that prevents attacks on Chinese bases. His perspective is shaped by Pacific War experience, where objective was total enemy defeat, unconditional surrender, complete destruction of enemy military power, limited war concepts, a fighting to achieve negotiated settlement rather than decisive victory, frustrate him deeply. He argues publicly that America should bomb Chinese supply lines, blockade Chinese ports, threaten nuclear weapons if necessary to force decisive conclusion. His views are popular with some conservatives, criticized by others as dangerously aggressive. Truman administration ignores his recommendations, pursuing limited war strategy that achieves armistice rather than victory. Halsey watches Korean War conclude in stalemate, validating his concerns that limited war doctrine produces limited results. The experience reinforces his belief that aggressive warfare pursuing total victory, despite its costs, produces better outcomes than cautious warfare pursuing compromise. Television appearances and public speeches, 1950s. Halsey becomes frequent television personality during decade when networks are creating documentary programming about Second World War. He appears on Ed Sullivan Show, This Week with David Brinkley, various historical documentaries discussing Pacific War operations, defending controversial decisions, offering opinions on contemporary military issues. The appearances introduce Halsey to younger audiences who didn't experience the war, creating new generation of admirers. But they also reveal his declining health. He moves slowly, speaks carefully, occasionally loses train of thought. Cardiovascular disease is progressing despite medical treatment. By late 1950s, his public appearances decrease as health deteriorates further. He spends more time at home in California with Francis, avoiding publicity, writing occasional articles about naval strategy, but largely withdrawing from public life. The warrior is aging into civilian, the aggressive commander becoming retired elder statesman. The transition is uncomfortable. Halsey's identity has always been naval officer, combat commander, aggressive leader. Retirement without purpose feels like slow death. Final public appearance, August 1959. Halsey attends commissioning ceremony for USS, New Jersey's return to service, his former flagship being reactivated for potential deployment. He's visibly frail, 76 years old, helped aboard by younger officers, breathing with difficulty but determined to attend. The ceremony honors his wartime service, recognizing his contributions to naval victory. Halsey delivers brief remarks, voice weak but message clear. "Oh, this ship represents American naval power. She survived war. She survived peace. Now she returns to service because America still needs powerful navy, defending freedom worldwide. The threats change, the enemies change, but necessity of strong naval forces never changes. Maintain this ship well. Train your crew excellently. Prepare for combat you hope never comes. That's how America stays free." The speech is his final public statement, summarizing his philosophy in characteristic simplicity. Strong military forces, aggressive training, preparation for warfare, defeat enemies decisively. These principles guided his career. He believes they should guide America indefinitely. The ceremony concludes. Halsey returns to California. 8 days later, he suffers massive heart attack and dies on August 16, 1959. A funeral with full naval honors, August 1959. Halsey's funeral at Arlington National Cemetery draws thousands of mourners, including dozens of admirals, hundreds of former shipmates, and countless veterans who served under his command. Nimitz delivers eulogy, praising Halsey's aggressive leadership, decisive contributions to Pacific victory, and loyalty to sailors under his command. Spruance attends despite health problems, paying respects to officer who recommended him for carrier command at Midway. MacArthur sends representative with personal note praising Halsey's cooperation during Philippines campaign. The ceremony is elaborate, full military honors, horse-drawn caisson, rifle salute, Navy hymn played by military band. Halsey would have hated the formality, but appreciated the sincerity. He's buried in Section 2, and among other admirals and senior officers, his grave marked by standard military headstone, no elaborate monument, no special recognition, just name, rank, dates. Fleet Admiral William Frederick Halsey, Jr., October 30th, 1882, August 16th, 1959, 76 years, 47 years naval service, 4 years combat command, countless lives saved through aggressive operations, thousands lost through inevitable warfare, legacy permanently contested and celebrated simultaneously. Historical legacy reassessment, 1960s through present. Historians debate Halsey's reputation continuously, reaching different conclusions depending on which aspects of his career they emphasize. Traditional narrative celebrates him as aggressive commander whose decisive leadership helped win Pacific War, whose determination at Guadalcanal prevented Japanese consolidation, whose carrier strikes accelerated American advance. Revisionist narrative criticizes him as reckless commander, whose aggressive instincts sometimes exceeded sound judgment, whose Leyte Gulf decisions nearly caused disaster, whose Typhoon decision killed hundreds unnecessarily. Modern synthesis recognizes both elements. Halsey was aggressive commander whose instincts usually served America well, but occasionally created unnecessary risks. His Rabaul bypass decision demonstrated strategic maturity. His Leyte Gulf decision demonstrated tactical overreach. Both assessments are simultaneously true. The man was complex, talented, flawed, successful, controversial. Like most significant historical figures, he resists simple categorization. What remains undisputed is impact. And Halsey commanded major operations throughout Pacific War. His decisions shaped campaigns from Guadalcanal through Okinawa. His leadership inspired sailors and officers. His aggressive philosophy influenced American naval doctrine for decades. He mattered. That's sufficient legacy. Halsey's own assessment in retirement. Halsey reflected in final interview, conducted months before his death, that he had no regrets about decisions made during war. "We won decisively. We did it faster than anyone thought possible. We destroyed Japanese naval power permanently. Yes, we took casualties. Yes, I made mistakes. But the alternative was worse. Cautious warfare at Pearl Harbor cost thousands in single morning. Cautious warfare in Philippines allowed Japanese conquest. Aggressive warfare, despite its costs, achieved victory while preserving more lives than it spent. I'd make the same decisions again. This assessment is quintessentially Halsey, confident, aggressive, unapologetic. Whether history validates his self-assessment or complicates it remains perpetually debated. But the assessment reveals his character completely. He was a warrior who believed aggressive action served America better than cautious defense. He commanded accordingly. He achieved results. He paid prices. He accepted consequences. The boy from New Jersey who watched his father sail toward war in 1898 became the admiral who helped win history's greatest naval war. The journey was long, difficult, costly, and successful. That was enough. It had to be enough. Because the alternative, believing the costs exceeded the value, was psychologically unbearable for man, who'd spent lifetime pursuing victory regardless of obstacles. Halsey died believing his service mattered. His sacrifices were justified. His legacy was secure. History continues evaluating whether he was right,